it's been a morning. It has been a morning. Oh boy. But here I am. I did a bit of farming, so the screenshot that I used for the thumbnail is no longer accurate, but I've got just over 500,000. I need to get to at least 800,000 before the end of today. And as you might know, the most efficient way to for dragon points is the Temple of Gaia. So get ready to suffer the Temple of Gaia with me. I just wanted some company if anybody wanted to stop by. But not only did I wake up and have no internet, but then I decided to update my OBS, not realizing that apparently there's a glitch with one of the mouse settings that I use for the most recent version. I really wish I knew that before I rolled my PC back last time, but it was actually a very easy fix. Oh, and I already made a mistake. Azurian stones. I have put Azurian stones on how many of my characters? More than 15. So we're going to be running Gaia all modes on all of my characters. And I just noticed I have sound effects off, so we should probably get that on. There we go. Anyway, I figure I'll play on the controller because I'm going to hurt my hands if I play too much on the keyboard today. I figure we can also stop by Navia to convert all of the extra fragments I'm getting here to attempt to get some Eidolon wish coins, but I do have a hard deadline of 3 PM my time where I have to be finished. Oh, that was solo mode, so it's pretty easy. And my characters should get stronger as we go. Yesterday I did it the reverse order. I did it from my stronger characters to my weaker ones, but theoretically this should be better. Oh, I should probably turn cursor back on so you can see the... Okay, so the issue I had this morning... As it turns out, there is a mouse setting where your mouse will automatically snap to the default option in any like pop-up window, and apparently that's just not compatible with this version of OBS. Anytime you open up the properties for a source, it just dies. The whole thing. So when it happened last time, I spent 4 hours uninstalling and reinstalling and looking for looking for a back version of OBS ultimately. But there was something else I had done that kind of messed something up, so I ended up just rolling back my PC by a week to undo it all. But this morning... Oh, I didn't even summon my little guys. But this morning, when I was Googling that issue, I just thought I'd Google it again for kicks to see if there was an update from anybody. And I found a GitHub page that said, yeah, just deactivate the setting there where your mouse snaps to the right option, or to the default option, and it'll work. And like, if I had known it was that easy. So I am curious if anyone else uses that mouse option, because I love it, but the fact that it was so hard to figure out what the issue was suggests to me that very few people actually use that setting. I don't know. I thought it was a really good setting. I always turn it on first thing I do when I get to a new computer at work. I'll have to keep an eye out for once it's fixed, because they did say that they were looking at fixing it in a future version. But yeah, not only did I have the issue with the heckin' OBS when I tried updating it, I really just should have not updated it. That's on me. You never update software right before doing something with it if you have a deadline. But yeah, on top of that, I also had the issue where I woke up and I had no internet. So I had to fix that. And then I called my ISP because the same thing happened yesterday. But it's a stat holiday today, so there's not very many people working, and I just because I got the internet working again, I didn't bother trying to figure out what happened. So we'll see if again tomorrow morning I wake up and there's no internet. Although, this is what I get for giving everybody my good luck, because I said I don't need it until this afternoon. So if anybody here is someone who has asked me to borrow my good luck, you can give it back now, thanks. I was just thinking I should pull up the, oh shoot, this one I might need to use an actual mouse for. Yeah. So Tanith has Reflect, which is gonna be the main pain point on most of my characters here. Especially these undergeared ones. Undergeared being a little bit of an understatement. Alright, we're gonna bring you back. That wasn't too bad. Then again, I do have my minions for the extra lifesteal, so that helps. Although now that I think about it, do I even have a Nocturnal? Oh yeah. I see her hair is glitched too. That's supposed to be a braid. I really like this character. Especially like the outfit design, but the problem is that I've got this particularly rare costume weapon skin, and I couldn't find anything that went with it really well. So I've got the coolest weapon skin in the game, like probably one of the hardest to get your hands on. I don't remember if this is the green version, so this one's not actually too hard, but I do have the orange version, which looks the same. But it's the sickest weapon skin in the game. And I picked this costume because even when you dye it crimson, it's still got those little touches of blue on the front. But it would be nice to have something a little flashier. I just noticed that my summons are level... They don't have the S level, they just go right up past 100. Oh, Aichi, yeah, sorry. Basically, I was just talking about it, but when I updated my OBS, I didn't realize that the bug that I dealt with last time was based on the new version of OBS, and it was just a really bad interference between a mouse setting I have and the OBS software. So this time I was able to find somebody pinpointing the exact issue, so I was able to fix it quite easily. I wasn't expecting that, because last time it took me hours. Of course, I uninstalled and reinstalled twice before I thought to Google it again. So, if you've got some time to vibe with me here while I'm suffering through a lot of Gaia... Just a bad morning. That's why I had to make another coffee before 7 a.m. Oh yeah, I also wanted to show you. After tragedy struck, I finished my Awakening Holy Chest! Yay! Man, so I used, the event that's on right now has those stones that double your chances, and I used absolutely all of my resources to get the last weapon up, but I only got it to, whatchamacallit, plus 22? So it was an 88% chance with the doubling, and I'm like, that's enough, I should do it anyway. And it failed. So I went into the Discord just to complain about it, and there was a player there who very kindly sent me a bunch of resources so that I could fort one up. Oh, are you able to beat Vo floor 12? Because I personally, on my best character, am currently stuck at 7. I just cannot figure out how to get through 8 alone. Maybe it would help if I actually brought people with me to stand in all the orb spots. Yeah, it was Heavenly that sent me some stuff. Well, I would offer to join you to see whether, like, if you need a stand-in person, but there's unfortunately no dragon points inside the Vault of Eternity, so I really need to lock in here if I want to finish by 3 p.m. my time, which is 6 p.m. server time? I should probably switch this cutie over to the orange version of the weapon. There's really no reason not to. Weapon. Is it all the way down here? Yeah, it is. The Shield's Nightmare Scythe. So basically the only way to get your hands on this one... Oh, that's right, because it's got a bow card in it. The only way to get your hands on that is in the weird raid that nobody does. The Sky Realm. I think that's Thursdays? Or is it Wednesdays? I haven't done it in so long I don't even remember what day it's on. And I always choose this dark path because you get an extra hit of the dragon points if you're able to beat the first form of Alucard before he despawns. Plus, if you pick the same paths every time, your inventory isn't as bad for the fragments. There we go. One down, and then I get to count how many I actually have to run on. Hold on a second here. Alright, so I just quickly trigger my gear here so that I can auto-use all the LP. I'm gonna dismantle the Eidolon gear. I think it would take too long to run to Navia, so I'm just gonna move on. One character down. How many are we gonna do? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 characters that have buffs running for Dragon Point drop, so I'm hoping that if we do that many with the buffs on, I should be able to get at least close enough to then just run normal dungeons on my wizard or something, because right now I'm working on my wizard. A bunch of them even have like 10th ones on. Wait, that's just the... Alright, we're at 518,000. Next. And I'm gonna try not to pull out Eidolons on any of these characters, just because then I have to remember to put them back. But for some I might have to. My coffee cup on that side over here. Should I add a cup of coffee after I finish each character? I think so. I think I should. Alright, you just sit there for a second, Missy. Let's go ahead and add a cup. Oh. Don't die. There we go. That way you know how many characters I've run. Could at least spawn Seraph here. Nope, not that. Come on. Yeah, whatever. Oh, I should have at least fed my Eidolons on the last character. I'm gonna have so much Eidolon food just vibing in all my separate inventories. Oh well. And like I said, I am starting from worst geared and going up to best, so it'll just get easier as we go. But it's gonna be a long and repetitive day. But it's also the fastest way to get dragon points, and I need 300,000. I don't think this cutie can do enough damage to even bother with these while the shield is up, but yeah, as you can see, most of my characters at least have something on, but it's generally not very good. So it's really my archive that's carrying all these guys. Chipmun's kind of slow. Huh. They still have the multi-drops on for a lot of these Eidolons. I thought that was supposed to be a temporary event. Yeah. Did I hit another level? Yep. Kind of bothers me that the yellow bar doesn't properly match up with the little spike for this one. So that's 25k of the 300,000 that we need to farm. Actually, you know what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna add... Window capture... This is... anti-micro? Oh, I gotta open it up first. Hold on a second. Wait, that didn't work. Hold on a second. Window capture. Hold on a second. Let me make it a little bit smaller. Stick it up here. This is the program that I use to control my controller. Stick it over there. That. Maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger. Alright, now you can watch the buttons on the controller go. So you can see how it is that I'm actually making the game move. So I get wrist problems because I spend so much time on the computer. Even at work, obviously I'm on the computer, and then I go home and I'm on the computer, so it gets to be a bit much. And controllers help a lot with the comfort. So I just kind of rigged everything in the game to a button, like the keyboard buttons that are used in the game, to my controller. And now I can play on a controller. And the same setup does work on the Impact version, so I've started using it there as well. I'm just a bit worried because they use different like anti-cheat software, and I know that some anti-cheat software considers anti-micro to be cheating. I'm not cheating though, I'm not using any macros, it's just buttons, right? Honestly, controllers are so much more comfortable than the mouse. And you gotta take care of your hands. So I've kind of talked the way through. I know that the way that Anti-Micro is showing it is just button 1, button 2, and then axes. So I've got the D-pad, because this is a PlayStation 3 controller. Oh, no, you don't have one. Yeah. I mean, any cheap controller will do, but I've just got my old wired PlayStation 3 controller. It's not wireless, and the good thing about that is that it's actually really, really light because it doesn't have any batteries in it. No rumble or anything either, so there's literally just like very lightweight controller here. So I use the D-pad to move around the mouse. I use the left stick to move. Hold on, let me actually see here. So the way it works is that it's got up and down on the arrow keys actually, and then A and D for the move left and right. Then to turn the camera, there's actually an option where you stand still and just change direction. So I bound that to the numpads 1 and 3. And then I've got that on the right stick. So that's how I control the camera left and right. Up and down is a little bit harder because there's no button for that. Like there's no individual button you can use to control the camera up and down. So it's kind of a bit of a workaround, but slightly tilting the stick will move the mouse and click and hold after a certain amount of angle. So that's how I can very awkwardly control the angle of the camera up and down. Then, sorry, just had to actually focus there for a second. Like I said, I've got my easy ones at the end, so we're doing the lower level characters first. Then for the skills, I've got the face buttons, X, square, triangle, and circle. They're just bound to 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I've got, is that L1? No, R1 is the control button. So I can use that to access C, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see that's these skills here, these 4, which I don't actually have a skill there, so I should probably put something there. There. So that's how I access 8 skills using the face buttons. Get in there. The interact key, which is F, is bound to the PlayStation button, so anytime I need to interact with an NPC, I can just mash the F button on the PlayStation button here. Then Q is L3. E is R2, so I kind of just put good skills that I like on those buttons on basically every class, obviously L2 being the one that I use less. I really like having Ballad on R3, just because I use with a Bard subclass on a lot of characters, so it's just comfortable to have it there. And actually, now that I think about it, I should probably put this over here. Yeah. Then I've got Jump as L1 and Tab Target as L2, so that's basically all of the face buttons. But you still need to use the mouse for some things, because some things you just gotta use a mouse for. So Select is left click, and Start is right click. It's just like a really janky setup where the bare minimum you need to be able to actually control it is there. You'll notice that when I'm entering the dungeon, I don't actually have a way to scroll down easily because setting the sensitivity for moving around the mouse is kind of an art form, because if it's too slow it's annoying as heck, and if it's too fast you can't actually hit anything. So I've got a happy medium here, but then I just go back to my actual mouse to use the scroll wheel there when I need to get to the next dungeon, right? So you put your cursor here, scroll down, and you're done. But yeah, trying to hit these OK buttons when your mouse speed is really high for vertical, it's annoying as heck. So I've got a happy medium here. Oh, I just realized we had one more mode I could have run. I mean, it's not much Dragon's Points, but I probably should do it anyway, just because, right? I'm here, after all. Kind of mesmerizing watching all those things light up in blue. Inventory's full. That's gonna be a problem on a lot of characters because... Oh, look. Okay, and this does happen every now and then, that it works out when you open up a menu at the same time that you're moving. Not entirely sure if that's the anti-micro bugging out or if it's just the way that the game is receiving the information from it. My inventory's a mess. Quickly use up some of these so I can grab the ones I dropped. Yeah, as you can see, I've only got one inventory page here, so a little bit suffering doing all these alt characters. Right, switching back to the keyboard for a second. Oh yeah, this is the kind of stuff that's annoying to do on a controller. Dismantle those, and I do want to feed some Eidolons, so who are we working on right now? I just kind of scroll up from the bottom. No, she's not going to be 4-star for a while, but looks like I'm working on her, so that's fine there. Regular monster experience books. I kind of saved these up to feed to those alt characters that I got in the merge. So we'll have those handy. I'll keep them right now. Don't really need that. You know what? I don't think it's worth going in there. It's very little Dragon Points and it's... Yeah, next one. And add a cup of coffee. Alright, we did Tragic Dusk and Dawn, so next up is Kalis. This guy's actually quite well built, so even though he's a lower level, like right in terms of he's actually got decent gear on right now, so even though he's a lower level, this will be a cakewalk. And he's got a level 10 Azurian, so we're getting a bit more... Oh. I see the world is starting to break down in the background. Honestly, not my favorite bug, but at least it's a funny one. Yeah, this will be a cakewalk. You can tell how easy it's going to be based on my HP. That is the defining factor of how much gear I've got on. And yeah, I did this all last night as well, so I think it'll take about an hour and a half. And then we'll see how much I've got left to be able to get to the 300,000 mark. We're at 38,000. Now, fortunately, it does reset at 6 AM server time, so even if I get tired and have to just give up for now, I do have the opportunity to do some dungeons and stuff later today as well. Oh yeah, I forgot that's not battled on this character. Okay. Oh, did that bounce around the tornadoes and then hit her? That's kind of neat. Hey, that did the same thing. Bounced around the ice crystals and hit the boss. I was kind of hoping we could just beam laser those down, but whatever. That guard skill where you stab the ground is... oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I do find that bug to be very funny. I think it's interesting that it really doesn't happen in dungeons at all. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that happen in a dungeon. Or I should say instance. I think I could probably get you guys both at that, yeah? This is solo mode, so it's pretty easy. And I do try to keep the LP in the auto-use slot up here. Just makes it a little bit faster to cleaning up at the very end. Well, we did point out the bug to our good friend Buzardo, the savior of the community. It's just getting worse. It's gonna just continuously get worse over this run. It's the representative of the state of my mind. Oh, I should probably get rid of Tanith first for that reflect. Debuff. Tanith's reflect is 10 stacks. Free Oathring sources. Yeah, I don't know. So on the on Aura Kingdom Impact, you need 10 Eidolon keys, 3 beads, and 1 oath ring. So the free sources require you to farm really, really, really long to get them. Like, I think the most expensive items in our LP store are the 50,000 LP costumes. And 50,000 LP is enough for one... like, it's like 20,000 for a ring, 10,000 for a bead, and then 10,000 for every Eidolon. So basically, a full inventory of LP isn't gonna be enough to 4-star an Eidolon. So I'm not sure that they would. I hope they do. But in terms of actually adding a free or a way to get the oath rings with LP, I'm not holding out my breath. But in that case, they really need to put it on the Paragon a lot more. I think I'm down to like 1 or 2 left on my main account here, but I've got 5 on Scrub that I may just steal if I end up needing them on my main account. I have a lot of older Eidolons that I haven't oathed yet. And that's partially because I don't have enough Eidolon food for them, so that this is going to help with that. But it's not really worth oathing all those really old Eidolons at this point if I still have the newer ones to do. But the main factor that's preventing me from doing it, it has more to do with the food than it does the supplies. Oh, I guess I could do a Nazrud in there. I've got more 4 stars than I was expecting, actually. I thought I had a lot more that still needed to be done. Alright, is what? That's about half an hour and we're finishing up the third character? That bodes well. About 10 minutes a character? It's not bad in terms of timing. And depending on which buff I'm using, I think I get anywhere from like 16 to 20,000? A little less than 20,000 with the level 10 Azurian. Just click on that to open it up. $55k dragon points done. 250 to go. $39,276? Is that's the dragon points with a level 10 Azurian? Really? Because I'm getting less than that, I think. Hold on. We have to add another cup of coffee because we're doing another character. Here actually, so I can get the background filled out. Oh, your current experience. Is that what level are you at? What level? Oh, hello, Dark Knight. Oh, this character's got a little bit lower HP. Maybe I will bring an Eidolon. Dark. I'll have to remember to take him off after, but there we go. Wait, so what for 4G? Oh shoot, I didn't clean up my inventory and use all my LP. I'll have to go back and do that. Oops. Wait, what did you buy for 4G? I don't need anything other than the claws. Wait, I'm confused. What are you guys selling and buying? That you're so sad about? Didn't get ya. Anytime anybody links anything in chat that's valuable, like when I'm in a party or when I'm goofing around with friends or in the guild chat, I will always reply 5G COD. Always. Oh, so you're the item of value. I would appreciate if there wasn't any person selling or buying in the chat. I should probably just use a move speed buff too. I just want to go as fast as possible. Oh, you can't beat free. Is it goats anytime soon? Is that what they're buying you for? Oh, this Missy's gonna suffer a bit against Tanith. Yeah, she's in the level 90 gear. Unforted too, I bet. Yeah. Oh, but hey, she's actually got secret stones for her class. Not all of my characters do. Oh, it's getting closer. Yeah, no, I knew that was coming. Hold on a second here. Oh, so World Boss is already over. You know, I'm short on LP because I decided that since I finished my Awakening Holy chest, I was going to start working on the card breakthroughs. And I spent a bunch on that. Yeah, that's what I'm here doing, Dark Knight. I am on the grind because... Yep, let me open it up here. 2 days ago, I had not gotten the first RC, so I started kind of attempting to grind really hard. We are now almost at 70,000 for today. We're at 66,000 towards the second round of 300,000. So we're not making bad progress, and I did decide to start on my weaker characters, so it's just going to get easier. But I suspect that I don't have enough characters that can get through Gaia, so I will have to just grind dungeons at the end. Which is fine, because I've got my my wizard that I'm actually trying to level up to cap right now. So she's got a nice gear set, run some S30s and down. It's gonna take a while to get there though. Fortunately, as we go up, the characters do get to be in better gear, so it gets easier. Yeah, I did use 100% ones on most of my characters. I have a couple that are on level 5s though. This is a level 10 though. But yeah, a couple of them are on level 5s. I suppose technically I could get more dragon points per run if I was using like the Sundays, but I think that would be a little bit too expensive for my taste because I just bought the that Lust contract that was in Paragon the other day. I couldn't help it, the price was right. But yeah, I mean, I don't really... I was saving, I don't know why I was saving the level 10 Azurian stones. They just kind of sit in my bank until I think, okay, I'm going to run a big long dungeon set. And then I forget to use them when I do. So I thought, you know what, let's just do it. Oh, hello, Zaris. As in, like, start the game in general? Or starting on the Dragon Point run. Yeah, the foods that bring more Dragon Points, I think that's a bit too rich for my blood right now. I could craft them myself if I wanted, but I get a little bit dizzy when I do the cooking mini-game. Although I guess it is on bonus right now. You can get bonus items when you're cooking. I think that ends this week. I should probably do some crafting. Well, Zaris, you got... The first thing you gotta decide is what version of the game you want to play. So the version that I'm playing right now is the old version. Oh wait, it ended last week? I thought it ended this week. My bad. Oops. IG can cook. I can't afford to hire IG. That's all. So Zaris, which version of the game did your friends make you download? The one where you what would be the easiest way? Have you already started? Because right now I'm playing the older version of the game. Katana is out in both of the games, so maybe a better thing to ask would be, did you have to select a starter Eidolon, or did you just get a bunch of Eidolons as you played through? Because in this version of the game, I've got only one starter Eidolon per character. I can't access them all. Oh, is that the LP? Did I hit another milestone? Huh? Oh, that's just old. Yes, I did. That's 3,000 LP in the pocket. Boop. The corruption's getting close. Okay, now last time I didn't properly clean up my inventory before I switched characters, so we are not going to forget to do that this time. Oh, Lumiki. But yeah, so I think for both versions of the game, the first thing you want to do is just try to get through the main quest. I'd say on the new version, the main quest will probably get you up to 50 or so without having run any dungeons. So you might find at that stage that your gear sucks, basically. So I would recommend for that game, maybe playing with your friends through some party dungeons to start getting the resources that you need. Oh, thanks, Gustavo. Yeah, I've just got the a selection of chill vibes Genshin music and a couple other games in there. Big fan of the music from Genshin. As for if you're, or Zaris, if you're playing this version of the game where you've got like 20 classes to pick from, main quest should get you up to like 90 or so, even on a fresh account. So your progress is going to be basically just trying to get through the main quest. When I played, it's about 12 hours worth of gameplay to be able to go through it. But you might take a little bit longer. Oh, I need to put away my Eidolon too. Here we are, and I'm going to switch back to my last character to clean up the inventory. But yeah, basically the first thing you're going to want to do is get your level up. So focusing on the main quest to go through that, and then worrying about like your gear. I'd say probably once you get to level 90 is when you actually need to worry about your gear in this version of the game. As for the impact, we probably want to start worrying about gear at level 60 because that's when you're going to need to start actually running up the solo dungeons. Oh yeah, this is a mess of an inventory. 1 second. We gotta finish cleaning this up. Oh, the corruption's getting closer. Oh, jeez. Alright, and I think we're still, yeah, we're just gonna finish up Dorothy. I know I don't have anywhere near the fragments needed to 4-star her, but... Oh, and my mouse is attached there. Okay! Now we can move on to the next character and add another coffee cup. The number of coffees on my desk are the number of characters I have finished this run on. So, or started, I guess I should say. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, and we are now on our 5th. So 5 cups of coffee, 5 characters. The corruption approaches. Yeah, it's getting worse. Will we be able to even see the entrance to the temple by the time we're done? I might have to relog before I actually start running dungeons. Or maybe I won't just because it's fun. Right, this cutie has got a decent amount of gear, I think. Oh, hey, look at that. She's actually got forwarded gear, doesn't she? Yeah, plus 20 S level 10. She shouldn't have any issues. Oh. There we go. This song is from Xenoblade Chronicles X, and I love it quite a bit. I mean, the whole soundtrack to that game is lovely, but this particular track, whenever I don't know what to listen to. Okay, Zara, so the difference between the games is that the new one has a lot of quality of life, but I feel like it's a little less friendly to more casual players, because if you want to keep up with the meta, you really have to grind very hard, or you've got to spend a bit of money, because there's just no way... When you don't spend money, it's really hard to earn in-game currency because you can only trade the things that drop in dungeons, and the majority of the things that people want to buy are from the cash shop. So you have access to a pretty good amount of items using in-game currencies, but it'll be hard to earn in-game gold just from running dungeons. So if you don't have, like, if you want to play really casually, this one might be more fun because it's a lot more generous to new players. You get a lot of packs of items that'll help you out because it's so much further along. But the main downside is that you're not going to find other players around the early game. The majority of players have been playing for a long time, and as I said, it's only about 12 hours to get to level 100. If you're grinding hard and know exactly what you're doing. It'll probably take you a bit longer if you wanted to play this one, but you're really not going to see people doing any party dungeons below level 100, so that's kind of what you got to consider, is that the newer one with less classes has got a lot more players that are kind of at the beginning of the game and a little less well-geared. Then this version has very few people that are bad gear or like low level gear at the start, and there's little incentive to run the lower level dungeons. So you're basically going to be playing a solo RPG for, well, if I were to estimate, probably somewhere in the 20 hours range. Find yourself a good guild, and you can probably still have that social experience, but there's definitely a higher population on the newer one. Just it's a little harder to keep up as a free-to-play. And I just kind of assume people are free-to-play because I am. I love this song so much. Okay, the melody actually has lyrics as well, so it's just I'm trying my best not to sing along. I'm resisting. It's fine. I won't sing along. Yeah, so if you want to play a version that's got more people in it, but is a little less free-to-play friendly, I'd say the Aura Kingdom Impact. And if you're okay playing as a solo game for like I said, 20 plus hours based on how quickly you make your way through the main quest. Like I said, as an experienced player, I can do the main quest in about 12 hours. I think it was 14 on a brand new account. But it will be a basically solo experience for that long. Like I said, unless you get into a nice guild that's got a lot of people around. Gosh, Aichi-kun, let me tell you, I was so tempted to pick up one of those 15-day auto-link items. So close to doing it. Hashtag resist. Are they still even for sale? Where would they be, actually? I don't even know where they are in the shop. The fact that they're not in hot items is, Are they still here? Yeah, I don't know. Gosh, I was really tempted to pick up one of those auto-link items. I really was. But I decided against it. Yeah, I know that it's only there sometimes, but like... I think it's a little over $5 of my currency. Like of Canadian dollars. For 15 days of 150 links. Like... it was tempting. Hashtag resist. Like, I'm not categorically refusing to spend any money. It's just, you know, budgets. And $5 wouldn't break the bank. And I think the auto-link item is, if you were going to spend money, it's not a bad choice. What I really liked, though, was when they had that event with the world bosses that dropped them. Like, that's what they need to do. I just kind of wish it wasn't only the top 3 players that got it. So, like, I think I got 4 because one time I did a run with 2 other people where I was only contributing, whatchamacallit, where I was only contributing the armor piercing for the shield. Other than that, I did no DPS. Well, if you got a group of friends there, Zaris, they probably already picked which server they want to play. So, especially if you guys are playing together, then I think you might have a better time. Actually, if you've already got a group of 5, it might be fine for you to play whichever server you want, because you got your own full party right there. You can do whatever you want. You guys could run all the lower level dungeons here just as your own group. I am trying to put together a video to like compare the pros and cons of each of the servers to help people decide which one they should start on. And there's a lot of things that I haven't considered. So it's quite hard to say for sure which one you should play. There's a lot of quality of life on the new server. Like, they've got some stuff that is just super nice. On this server, you have to actually walk to your dungeon entrances, or you can teleport there using a menu, but it's a little bit janky and you can't do it alone. On that one, you have a menu that'll teleport you right inside the dungeons as a party. It's quite nice and comfy there. It's even got these really tiny things like whenever you want to use a stack of items, it'll automatically default to all of the items. I mentioned it earlier, but in this game, you have to pick a starter Eidolon right at the start, and then you can never change it, ever. Whereas on that server, you get to pick, or basically you just get all of the starters and you can freely switch around between them. Oh, no, that's done. I want that one. Yeah, but this game's just... I want to say this game is more friendly for free-to-play players, especially since I've played 2 accounts here. One of them I started brand new, I think a little over a year and a half ago, maybe a little longer than that now, actually. I don't remember exactly when I started. But even without a whole bunch of play, that character is already over level 120. And I only play it for about probably 20 minutes a day. 2 years to level 120 with 20 minutes a day. Not bad, I'd say. What am I doing? I'm coming over here. That being said, one of the issues with this game is that you see how I've got all these companions here? By having a lot of these companions, I get bonus stats, so I can function in poorer gear. So I'm like the exact person you want to speak with. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna say you should probably play on the Impact server, because when I'm looking at my archive right here, thinking, despite the fact that you get... Oh no, it's okay, don't worry about your English, it's fine. Despite the fact that you get a lot more bonus items as a new player on this one, because they've got a whole bunch of items that are specifically designed to help you catch up and stuff, I feel like you might have a better experience on the new server because you don't need to worry about collecting, or the fact that you're going to be 159 companions away from having a good archive of stats, because all these companions, by having sets of them, I get bonus stats. And they've changed that in the new server, the Impact server. So that might be a more comfortable server to play on as a new player. It is hard though, because I spent, I think, 3 weeks farming resources to try and play the bow once it releases on the new server. And it ended up they ended up delaying the bow release, so I just invested it all into the Lancer class that just came out. And I didn't have enough. Like, after 3 weeks of farming as a free-to-play player pretty intently, I still didn't have enough resources to fully get that class up and running. Oh, I should probably lock those. I hate to recommend it though, because like I said, it's definitely not as free-to-play friendly. In the short term. Whereas this game, you're gonna be perfectly fine for like I'm saying, 20 hours, and then you're gonna start hitting this cliff of everything getting significantly harder. Although I am curious as to why you would think your friend group would look to start Aura Kingdom when you've got like Blue Protocol coming out in 2 weeks. Because I feel like if you want to start a game, the best time is like when it first drops, because you'll have the most excitement around it, right? Was there something in particular that drew you to Aura Kingdom? Maybe add another copy. Okay, here we go. This is my Tachi. Yay! Where's my coffee, by the way? Yeah. Will we be able to see the portal by the time we finish? Who knows? Good luck, Aichi. Alright, so for my Tachi, I was trying Bonds second round. Ah, I see. I wonder if you started right now, would you get the bonus scrolls? So right now they're running, I guess it's an event where they've given out everybody a set, basically a full free costume set in the OG version of the game, the older one. I think if they've already started, you should just stick with whatever server they're already on. So if they started on the Impact one, you probably just want to stick with that. I don't think there's it is ultimately the same game, so if you find that you like the combat long term, either one would be fun. Oh, if you've got all those, then yeah, I think you're on the OG server. So you know what? I think starting with a group that's actually a full party, you guys are probably in the best circumstance possible to really enjoy this game. So your next step would be to either find a guild that you guys can all join in and just kind of vibe with, or start your own guild and just build up the resources there. I think probably joining a guild would be better so that you can get all the bonuses of there being other players as well. But if you're all around the same level, the solo experience isn't going to be the way that I have to do it when I'm not playing with other people. Personally, I don't really like blindsiding people by being on a live stream while in parties with them. It kind of feels a little bit mean. But yeah, if you started and you've got all those free costumes, then you've started at the exact right time. It also said that they're planning on giving away some more stuff soon. Which reminds me, if you haven't got it, make sure you and your friends grab the Envoy Support Cube. You probably did. It's a box in your inventory that you can open up every 10 levels, and it gives you good stuff right up to level 110. Just fair warning, be careful when you open it because it will overwhelm your inventory. Honestly, in Aura Kingdom Impact, the inflation on boss stats is insane. So like, I think they got rid of dungeon debuffs entirely, or at least so far they don't have dungeon debuffs, but some of the bosses have like more than 5 times the HP that we had to deal with here, and then it takes more stats to cap your percents. So like in equal gear, like comparing servers, you might not have cap speed. It's actually pretty crazy how much the inflation on stats is on that one. And then they said they plan to adjust it according to how people's like gear works. So I'm a bit worried that because the English server is a little bit quieter and has less cash players, if they tailor all the bosses to the other server, I guess the Asia region server I should call it, it's gonna be pretty suffering. At least here you kind of have we're not seeing a whole lot of change in how the experience is for early game players or people that start new. They're gonna experience the same thing that we did. But hey, I hope you guys are enjoying it, because of what I mean, obviously I'm sitting here grinding out 300,000 dragon points in the same dungeon over and over again, so it's not the most riveting of content. But there's just something about the aesthetic and the combat that I can't get over it. Very satisfying and fun in my opinion. I also played Grand Fantasia before. It wasn't my favorite, like I didn't really like how it felt to play. Actually, I should pick my costumes now that I think about it. I did on my Scrub account. I picked the costumes for it, but I wonder. rifle again. Yeah, I want to check the patch notes for a second here, because they did say that they were going to be sending out more presents, but I can't remember what the context of that was. Oh, someone's messaging me on Discord too. Hold on, I don't have enough screens. Where is that? News. Patch notes. What did they say? Part 2 will be available on the 2nd of October. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't say specifically what it was, but just that there's a present being sent out, and then you'll get it, more presents on the 2nd of October. Yeah, it works for me. I like free stuff. And they are old costumes, but I'm sure there's a bunch in there that I don't have, because my costume archive is actually kind of pathetic compared to most long-term players. Although maybe I shouldn't say that and then show it while I've got over 1,000 items in it. But as you can see, I don't exactly hunt down a lot of costumes. A lot of these older ones are basically when they appear in the trend. If they're on the LP, I'll snap them up if I need them. That's all. Alright. Get back to everything being set up properly and keep going. Wait, is my... 2 more to go. Actually, where are we? Gotta use the regular mouse. We are at 110,000 farmed, so we are about 1/3 done. An hour and 15 minutes into it. So yeah, my estimate of about 3 hours. Oh, we'll see. Oh, that won't take too long. Like I said, just go through your main quest. It should get you enough experience to continuously move on to the next map, so you'll be okay. You'll do it. As for if you have any issues with the main quests, you should, if you're interested in checking them out, I've got VODs where I ran basically level 1 to 100 in one sitting. So if you have any issues with the main quest, like you can't figure out what you need to do, you can totally check those just to see how to complete the quest, because I've got literally every main quest on a live stream somewhere. That should get me through, I think. Actually, come to think of it, her HP is pretty low, but she is still rocking this. Come to think of it, is that a new weapon, or did I still stuck? Oh no, that's the S25. So I did get the, I got the S15 Kerberos axe on my scrub account, and I got the S35 Kerberos staff on my main account. Oh yeah, the ones for my fresh account, originally I was only sitting down for like about 4 hours a day on it, but I do also have streams where I've literally done just 0 to 100 in one sitting. And I did put in timestamps for the maps so that it's easier to find your way around those. I don't think I did that for Scrub. Gosh, I should check how long ago that was. I don't even remember now. Time is really flying lately. Yeah, because on Scrub I did a grinding in like, okay, so you're not at the level where you can access it yet, but on the level 30 map, Cactucara, in the back there's a teleporter. And at level 50, I don't know if you'd be able to beat it at level 50 very easily, but maybe as a group, there's a teleporter in the back where you can fight against... Oh, it's the first map, Port Scandia, but it's completely covered in bunny hops. and every time you beat a big bunny hop, it has a chance to spawn an Eidolon. So one of the things that I did on my Scrub account between live streams to make sure that I could keep up was I actually fought in there a whole bunch to try to get a bunch of the basic Eidolons. Because just having more Eidolons gives you more flexibility. In fact, I'm going to say right now, a super helpful Eidolon that you could pick up in early game. You can get them in... Actually, you can get them in the basic version of the temple that I'm running here. So normally I skip it because it's not really worth it for gold dragon points, but I'll show you. This temple here, it's right outside the main city. You'll be able to access this one at a pretty low level, but once you get to level 60, or I guess at level 50 you might be able to beat it, opening up this chest has a chance to get you Kotonoha, this Eidolon. I highly recommend trying to get Kotonoha because she is super helpful for new players. I didn't get her this time. Basically, let me come over here. She's a holy Eidolon named Kotonoha. Come over to her skills. She has this skill here called Demonic Enchantment, which gives you 10% lifesteal for 10 seconds. And she's got high speed, which I don't know how much speed you'll be able to get in early game. It's actually got pretty good uptime. But this is like the greatest clutch heal for new players. So if you can get your hands on Kotonoha, at least one person in your party, it is super helpful to have her in the party just for survivability. Very, very comfortable, easy to get, easy to farm early game Eidolon. So highly recommend her as a support Eidolon. Man, when the game was new, and some people were first starting to get her, she was like the clutch healer. But that is one more character down, right? I'm done? Yes, we're done. That's a messy inventory. Feed my Eidolons and then move on. Oh dear. You know, the starter Eidolon is a little unfortunate because you can't move them out of your bar, but in truth, it's not like she's, I mean, she's not the best option optimally, but if you like them, whatever. You're gonna see on a lot of my characters I've got Seraph, who is the least recommendable one, because Seraph basically does nothing for you. The way that the meta developed in this game, you don't really need tanks, and Seraph is basically a tank support. So we don't need tanks, and we've got a tank support Eidolon that I just happened to like quite a bit when I first started playing. Add another cup of coffee and move on to our next character. Orihime. Oh, but also, if you haven't been back... Oh, wow, it's getting more corrupt. If you haven't been back there, go back to Port Scandia. There should be a quest by the lady where the cutscene triggered when you first got your Eidolon, like when your Eidolon actually joined your party, that will give you a little costume for your Alessa, the unicorn. Make sure you pick the right one, but it's just a cute little skin for your Eidolon. And it's free. Alright, so I fear that people think that I'm a bit cringe for picking a name that's got princess in it in Japanese, but this character is named after someone from an anime, so I like her a lot. That is all. Oh, I can't wait. We won't be able to see the portal very soon, so let's see how that goes in terms of trying to get inside. A relog will fix that bug, but you know. Leafy said he was playing on the Tachi, the katana. Now it's unfortunate, but the best thing about katana doesn't unlock until level 60, once you get weapon masteries. And that's that your storm skill will send out waves of a storm that actually hit all the hit things that are nearby, and that's my favorite part about the katana. I actually used mastery books to bring up the mastery, so that I could get like the ultimate version of it. I think from here on out, most of my characters have like solid gear. She's in sniper. What the heck? Oh, but it's a fortified sniper. Is Holy Sword? Okay, I was gonna say that, but I haven't really touched my Holy Sword in quite a while, to be honest. It's chilling at S15, and I just have not touched it since I got it to S15, I think. The thing about Holy Sword is that the lightning bounce isn't as good as Ravager's fire bounce, so it's just disappointing. And then the big holy sweep is too zeal reliant, in my opinion. Like, it's really satisfying when you get a nice hit on the smite, but, you know, it's a little bit zeal reliant because you're not doing a whole bunch of hits. Although it does have the fire that it leaves on the ground, which is a little less satisfying in terms of the one-hit knockout. Maybe I should put a little more effort into it after I finish my my wizard to cap. Then again, I was gonna do a chibi after wizard. A lot of people say that they never see me playing on my moderator character, and part of the reason for that is just that I'm grinding out so many characters at once. Come on. You know, the other class that's very comfortable, like, is this one here, the Stellar Sphere. When I played Stellar Sphere on my Fresh account, it was the easiest awakening ever. Like, it was so smooth, so comfortable, absolutely knocked it out of the park. And then after that, I did the awakening on the Lance and the Warbow on my Fresh account, and it was so much harder. Stellar Sphere is just so comfortable to play. However, because I always play it basically alone here, or against bosses where you don't have to worry about it, one thing I noticed playing Aura Kingdom Impact is that this skill here pushes back the targets, which sucks when you're playing in parties. And yeah, Wizard was actually the first class I started in Aura Kingdom. I became a bow main as soon as bow came out, but yeah, I started on Wizard. which is a lot more fun nowadays than it used to be. Maybe I should try Wizard on my Scrub account. I'm actually kind of excited to see how much worse the glitching gets, to be honest. I'll send this video to X-Legend with the bug report. Yeah, there. Actually, where are we at? Every once in a while I just want to open it and see how my suffering is going. Almost halfway. We're at 134,000. Except I think that a lot of my higher level characters are on level 5 Azurians instead of level 10. Meaning I get less dragon points per boss. That's all the boxes, right? Yes. Is that another character finished though? Can't remember if this is the last one. You'd think I would after having done, how many cups of coffee is that? 7? After having done it 7 times, you'd think I'd know which was the last one in the set. Yeah. Alright, controller down for a second. Clean up my inventory. Feed my Eidolons. Oh, that's a good party, actually. You got the Ravager is really great for gathering up mobs inside dungeons. Guns does an amazing job of AoE damage, especially when it gets to level 60. It's got this skill where it can drop tornadoes every time it passes, the storm shot passes through targets. That one's a really fun one. Bard is great because it buffs everybody in the party every time it heals, as well as by healing, you buff your attacks. Super cool. And then the Tachi has really good, he does really good damage against groups of enemies if you're using the storm damage path. I'm not super familiar with the other path myself because I kind of just fell in love with the storm path. But like I said, once you reach level 60, you'll get to, some of your skills will change and you'll get a new skill. Now Guardian actually has 2 really different ways that it can be played based on what path you end up choosing, and you can switch back and forth between the paths so you don't have to like lock in and never go back. But basically the Guardian, after they did the rework, you've got a super defensive oriented path, or you have one where you can inflict yourself with a bunch of like damage taken up debuffs, like where you'll take more damage. But you kind of get to go God mode for a bit, where you get to deal a ridiculous amount of damage. It's actually quite fun. I just haven't leveled up my guard very much. Oh, plus guard can do the roar gather thing once it reaches level 60 mastery on the Guardian path. That reminds me of when I was making the video about the revisions to the Guardian class and I had to like grind Guardian. Do they really still not take much damage? I guess if you've got enough defense. Oh, jeez. Yeah, the new Guardian can be a bit of a beast. Oh, I need to add another cup of coffee. Hold on. We can't possibly start without adding another cup of coffee. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're at 8. And we go. Oh yeah, see here, this is where I'm at a level 5 Azurian, so I'm getting about 50 less per boss. It's fine. I already knew that just running all the Gaias on every one of my characters that wasn't gonna be enough. Man, floor 12 of Vault of Eternity is pretty intense. Although, that's coming from me who still can't beat floor 8 on my own. Then again, I might be able to if I had like a full party debuffing the boss, but that's fine. I'll get there eventually. Come here. So I think after I finish this character, I'm just gonna take like a 5-minute break or so to get a snack because I'm just remembering now I haven't had breakfast. So I woke up this morning and my internet was down. So immediately I had to start troubleshooting that. Then after that, I had to call my ISP and I forgot that it's a statutory holiday here, so there was a... the phone call was quite short in that it was wait in line for a bit just to get a notice that says, actually, we're not working today, so that took less time than expected. Then after that, I had the issue with OBS where it wouldn't let me edit the properties of any of my windows. So I was going to cancel the stream altogether because I couldn't get it to work, but it turned out it was a weird mouse setting that was stopping my OBS from working properly, so I fixed that and I was able to get going. But in all of that, I just completely neglected to eat breakfast, so I've been up since 5 AM, troubleshooting problems, and it's now 9 o'clock. I've just had coffee. The important stuff, you know? So yeah, after this run, just gonna take a quick 5 minutes, grab a snack. Gosh, my stomach might actually be grumbling loud enough for the microphone to pick up. Really, the AoE isn't big enough to reach it? Okay, so that skill, the way it works is that you place down an invisible AoE, and any mobs that enter in it trigger a big saw blade. But apparently, the AoE is too small to reach those two eidolons side by side. It works on the chests though, so on the next mode, when the 3 chests are side by side, if I drop it, you'll see gigantic saw blades for all 3 chests. Oh shoot, this might be a little bit more. Or not. Yeah, he's doing enough damage to out-heal the 10 stacks of Tanith there anyway. Yeah, right now there hasn't been... the main source of where people get backpack space is off of Paragon tables, which is the gambling tables, and they haven't really been putting backpacks in consistently lately, so the price of buying backpacks off of other players is ridiculously high. So one way that you can improve that is, number one, you'll get a couple as you go through the main quest, so stick those in there. When you get to the 3rd map, that's Crescent Hill, there's still no warehouses, but Navia and the 4th map, Kaktakara, do have a warehouse where you can start storing items, and that's why I said to be careful about opening up the Envoy support cube. because you're really going to fill your inventory with supplies that you just can't use immediately, right? But they're good to have. Make sure to store that stuff in your personal warehouse, because your personal warehouse is by default at the largest size. But otherwise, not a bad choice to spend your LP early on backpacks. So I'll just come over here to the store. You'll see that when I'm beating these particular bosses, I'm getting Eidolon or LP coupons. You get those from achievements and various things, but over here in, I think it's Traveler items, you can buy 5-slot backpacks for just 500 LP. It's not a terrible price, and you're gonna probably want them for the future anyway, so I would highly recommend that to new players, is picking up those 5-slot backpacks. Later on, LP is a great resource for a lot of things, but just in early game, picking up the backpacks won't lead you wrong. The ones you get from the quest can't be fused into higher level ones, but the ones you get from the LP store can. So right now, while it's basically impossible to get them off of other players, you can nab them just from the LP store there. And then everybody go to the Discord and ask for more backpacks in Paragon. There's not any right now, is there? No. Man, I got one of those Sacred Sky Soul Beads once, and I think I massively overpriced it, but someone bought it. I funded myself for like half a year off that. Actually, it's funny because that was the first time I hit one of the major jackpots on the gambling table using my weekly free RC. And then like 10 minutes later the server crashed, and it's like, crap. If it rolls back 10 minutes, like if it didn't sync that last 10 minutes, I have lost my jackpot. Alright, one more, then a quick break for a snack, because I am hungry. Actually, what do I even have in the fridge? Oh, the scarf. Are you talking about the scarf? Where is it? Crazy Deals? No, it's in New Players. The beautiful scarf? Is that the item you're talking about? Because if you're actually gonna spend a little bit of money, definitely make sure that you get the beautiful scarf to complete that one random quest in the introduction to the item mall. As you can see, I don't have that quest active on my account because yes, in the past I did spend a bit of money, haven't in years. But 100% recommend doing that one. That is definitely worth it because it's super cheap. The 20-slot backpack is just gonna be there for you, right? Do it. You only get to do it once per account though, so it's not like you can buy multiple scarves to get a bunch of backpacks. The other thing is that if you're gonna get just a little bit of the XP, we have the I don't think you can. Hold on a second here. Hot items, new players. Yeah, not tradable. You can see that right there underneath the name it says cannot trade. So that one you can't send to other players. So it's not like you could buy a bunch for your crew and then be done with it. But I'm gonna warn you, there's this 9 XP shop here where you can buy 5-slot backpacks. In the future, you're fine to buy these now if you're just buying a little bit of XP and you want to expand your inventory. But in the future, when you start fusing them into the higher level backpacks, any of them bought from the 9 XP store cannot be fused. And you can see that right at the bottom. It says only valid for expanding your inventory or warehouse, can't be used as a component in fusion. So watch out for that. Not a bad idea if you're going to spend a bit. 9 XP is like what? 9 cents US or so? Maybe less? I think so, because 100 was about $1 US, right? Oh, not paying attention. I ended up going in the last one. As you can see, the inventory on all my alt characters isn't that great either. But yeah, no, totally. You can... not a bad idea to pick up those 9 XP ones now, but just keep in mind that in the long term you won't be able to fuse those into bigger backpacks. Huh. I got a lot of 10 slots. Wonder where I got those. Alright, snack time. No, the 9 XP shop can't be traded either. You can see, cannot trade. Basically, you're watching that... I can't move my mouse over top of it, but whenever you want to see if something is tradable, if it's not in the name, or you can see right in the name it says not tradable, the criteria about trading or any restrictions on where you can put it are going to be in that first box right underneath the name here. Basically everything in the 9 XP shop, because it's supposed to be like a deal for low spenders kind of thing, this is all going to be not tradable. It's, wow, actually a lot of these items aren't tradable. Well, these are. You can see these ones, they don't say, it just says binds on equip, which means after you use it you can't. But you could buy items like these and then trade them, as long as it says binds on equip. As an example, my costume here, and it says already bound, so I can't trade it anymore. But that's what you want to look out for, is whether or not it says binds on equip or if it's tradable. Yeah, fair enough. I'm in Canada, so for me it's also more expensive than for the US, although I do a little bit better than that, and even I choose not to. But if you were going to cash a bit, unfortunately can't trade it, but the scarf is probably one of the better items you could get. Alright, where is my cutie? Aw, man, I love this song, and it's gonna come on when I'm stepping away. Alright, well, you guys should enjoy this music from Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Remaster. I am gonna go get a snack of probably an apple, because I think that's all I got in my fridge. Alright, back in a sec. did I miss somebody when I stepped away? Hello, Nido Tojo or Toru. Sorry if I missed you. Alright, I think that was it for this character though, right? We finished? Yes, just a little bit more inventory cleanup, and then we're on to the next one with, please tell me I'm at least halfway now. Yes, we've done 150,000 so far in about 2 hours. Huh, that seems like not very many of the accessory to take down. Next character it is. Duelist time! Actually, I don't think this guy's got very good gear on either, but duelists are really cool for having the ability to absolutely nuke things. Yes, I do play with a controller, but it's kind of a workaround. It's not built in. Okay, yeah, this guy's in level 70 armor. But he should be fine. Basically, the way it works is I've just rebound all the buttons on my controller to keyboard keys that function the same way that the keyboard would. Oh, I forgot to add another cup of coffee. I have to add a cup of coffee for every time I start a new character. Yeah, I get, wrist strain from how much I end up using a computer between work and, playing games and goofing around, so using a controller just helps with that a lot because you don't have your hand on the mouse constantly, and I think that's what's been giving me the most pain lately is the mouse. Wrong direction. Oh right, the issue with Duelist is that even though it's really strong, I have bad habit of getting turned around because it's got the automatic backstrike attack, so I'll run in the wrong direction a lot. It works well though. And it gives me the butterfly stacks I need for my nuke skill. Nido Tojo? まあ一応日本語を話せることができますよ. That was a little bit bad grammar though. I do speak some Japanese. It's just that I rarely have the opportunity to speak any, so my grammar gets quite bad when I'm not focused. Oh, neat. You know, when people are, oh shoot, I have got capped dragon points. It's not like I'm losing the game, but if I don't, I like seeing the numbers. So I may as well spend some, and my go-to is just buying a couple of the superior monster books. There. You know, for some people that don't know anything about the way that Japanese is pronounced, I like to tell them approach Japanese words, like how to pronounce the vowels, the same way that you would approach trying to pronounce places in Hawaii. Close enough. It gets people like 90% of the way there. Nope. And we spawn on the one side. Man, even with 6 butterfly stacks, that... Yeah, I suppose I probably do need proper gear here. Am I still using the S15 weapon too? Yes. See, I've got an S25 weapon, it's just that I need to fortify it more and I got distracted fortifying for my Awakening Holy Chest, so I'm super behind here. But today's focus is the dragon points and the world falling apart around my characters. I'm actually kind of excited to see what it looks like when we're done. solo mode, so it's not going to be hard to beat her, but I am a bit worried about her on this character, I think. Yeah, because he is in the 70s gear. Oh yeah, I should probably kind of explain how I've set up the controller here, because basically I think this would work with any MMO where you're not using a whole bunch of like combinations of keys. So basically I've got a wired PlayStation 3 controller, so it's got no battery, no rumble, no nothing. It's just a very lightweight, cheap controller, I guess you could say. Then the D-pad controls the mouse, because you do need to have a little bit of mouse control. The face buttons, the X, square, triangle, circle, those are skills. I've got control set as it's R1, so that I can access control 1, control 2, control 3, and control 4 on my skill bar. And then I use the L3, R3 as different skills on my skill bar as well. Just because those are a little easier when you don't have to like combine them with other keys. And then get back into the next dungeon. Left stick does the moving the character around. Right stick is a little bit janky camera control, but it works. And then L1 is jump. And L2 is tab target. So basically the game just thinks I'm using a keyboard. But yeah, I pulled up the anti-micro because it looks a little bit more interesting when you can actually see the inputs, I think. Plus I've had a lot of people ask me how to get it set up. So I kind of like leaving it up there so that they know that they can ask about it today. But yeah, for wrist strain I do like to stick to controller when I can. Wow, I got distracted talking about the controller setup that I completely didn't even notice that I had no issue with Tanith. And the rest of my characters are all properly built, with the exception of my number 1 character who currently has no armor, but her weapon's strong enough, she'll be fine. Fine. The only thing falling apart is the world and my my focus. That's why I did it from weakest character to strongest character. Last night, actually, it was past 9 PM, which is my bedtime because I wake up at 5 AM. Past my bedtime, I'm sitting here grinding, going from my strongest character to weakest one. So by the end, I was absolutely flubbing Tanith on every character. I didn't realize Balisong had such an AoE on it. I'm kind of surprised it hit both those chests. Although those chests do have a surprisingly large hitbox. Oh yeah, select start are the mouse keys so that I can still interact with things. And then the PlayStation button is F because for this game you can use F to interact with items or NPCs. And I got turned around again. I just noticed I didn't use a UI panel on this character. I should set one. Cats, dogs, or dogs? Actually, I guess it's Halloween, so we could use a Halloween one. Oh. There. Thematic. Now, I'm finally out of my actual coffee, so I'm switching over to my tea. But I don't have a tea graphic for my virtual desk, so you're just gonna have to live with it continuing to be coffee. So, my mom moved recently, and she was trying to get rid of a bunch of stuff in her cabinets because she didn't have very much space at her new place. And right now I'm drinking some mango green tea that she gave me. And it's basically green tea with bits of candied mango in it. But I thought it was kind of mild, so I also added a bit of black tea, so now it's a blend. Midday original. Frankly, I find that anytime you've got like a fruit-flavored tea, just adding a little bit of black tea with it just brings out a certain something. A lot of fruit tea are kind of just more about the scent of the fruit anyway, but this one's actually got candied mango literally in the leaves. I don't know about mixing black and green tea though, if that's like sacrilegious to some people. I just think it tastes good though. That should get me through this dungeon. This is the last one for this character, I think, right? Yes. Party with Alucard is the last one. Well, that's a shame. What about coffee, though? Because if it's caffeine that you can't drink it for, then you certainly can't have coffee either, eh? Which means that even just looking at my desk must be giving you a heart attack. That's... Oh dear. Avert your eyes from the coffee. There may come a day when I've done permanent damage to my heart with the amount of coffee I have had. But that day is not today. Next character. And because it's my next character, we add another cup. I wonder if anybody who starts at the beginning of the stream wonders why my desk is always so empty at the start. Simply so that there's space to add more coffee. Alrighty, now this is my my moderator character. Her name is Midday, which is obviously my name. Oh, we hit the next level. Whoa, is someone buying 500 of those? I can't even imagine trying to craft 500 things like that. Alright. We are at 171,000 grinded. And we need 300,000 total today. Well, we're more than halfway, but it's going to slow down a lot once I run out of Agaias. Anyway, we're just going to take a moment here to appreciate how adorable this costume is. It's perfect, okay? It's just beautiful. Oh, I just love the design of this one. It's based off of one of the Eidolon summon characters, but I dyed it into a cute little... I'm a sucker for the khaki color, actually, but as soon as I dyed it khaki and added in the red, it was just, this is it, this is perfect. Which is nice, because some of the costumes have parts on them that don't dye, and you end up stuck with weird mismatching colors. But this one, despite being all black and purple originally, just dyes completely into whatever color you want. Anyway, at this stage, all that's left is my super strong characters. So, no sweat. Actually, what gear is she even in? This character is so strong that she is in level 1 gear. And she is fine. It's not moderator hacks, I swear. Man, that nebula sure is a long duration. Yeah. Like, how long is that? I feel like on the new server it's shorter than that. No, it doesn't tell you how long it lasts. I suppose I could probably, like, explain how the class works a bit. Starcaller has this class here basically has two modes. You got hammer mode and you got cannon mode. So all of the hammer skills are holy. So if you want to play as a hammer, you're gonna stick with using only the hammer skills and build up your holy attack. But most people prefer the lightning path, which is the one that I'm doing, because that gives you the skill Nebula, which like rains down not only increasing the damage they take from lightning skills, which obviously if all of your skills are lightning, that's good, but also it's an AoE that lasts a long time, so it's great for mobbing as well. Downside is that this class doesn't really do a good job of gathering up all the mobs if you're in a normal dungeon and not just running this boss rush Eidolon dungeon. But it's very strong because you can absolutely concentrate all of your focus on just one element. Other classes might have 2 or 3 skills max for their best element. For this class, you can focus only on using skills that are the element that you want to actually use, so you're basically buffing up all of your skills. And then you can see my little wings mechanism here. I'm not actually going to need to activate it at any point during this run, but as I fill up the 2 blue wings on the one side, the third skill that you use when both of them are blue is buffed up. What is it, 50% or 150? Oh, just 50. But by filling it entirely with either blue for the lightning or pink for the holy, you can then activate a 30-second buff where you do, I think it's 100% more damage, just for every skill for 30 seconds, or every skill of that element for 30 seconds. It's got a 30-second cooldown, and then you've got to rebuild the meter, but it's basically God mode for 30 seconds. And that's one of the reasons why in this server especially, the Chib isn't... I call it Chib because it used to be the only Chib class, but the Starcaller is one of the stronger choices you can pick for in terms of class. Just the main drawback being that it's not got super great gathering ability in dungeons, so it takes a little bit more time as you're running through to gather up all the mobs, if you're running alone especially. And if you're off God mode, it takes quite a while for it to come back. So some of the other classes have mechanics where you can build up and activate, like next we're going to be playing Whipmaster, which has a similar mechanic. But it's a lot faster for rebuilding, whereas this one has a 30-second downtime. And the world is collapsing more than before, but we can still see around us, so it's not like it's completely fallen apart. But it's just kind of funny to see how it started in the far distance at the beginning of the stream, and now it's come right up close to our dungeon entrance here. Hey, is she on a level 10 Azuri? No, she totally is. I think most of the rest of them are on level 5s, though. I suppose I should say this as well. If there's anybody that's actually got a character in this game at near end game, after I finish all of my Gaia runs, I'm not going to be able to farm dragon points here, and I'm probably going to still have a pretty decent amount that I need to farm. So what's going to be left is going on my wizard and just kind of running my way down the dungeons. So if anybody's interested in running dungeons, I don't mind having some people join me. As long as they're okay with being on stream, of course. Actually, in that case, I should probably use a charm on her too, because we're going to be running quite a bit based on how much I've got left. Just thinking about it. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I do have a hard deadline. And that's 5.5 hours from now. I have to be finished. But we're gonna go from being able to get like 17,000 dragon points in 10 minutes to being able to get about 1,000 per 3 minutes. I think it's about 1,000 dragon points per endgame dungeon. Now if I was smart, I would have been interspersing running this with doing dungeons. Oh, hello, Blinko. Don't swear in my chat. Wait, what magical girl? Hey, look, a Kaiser Zetterfrag. Oh, no, we're done this character. Alright, inventory cleanup, add a cup of coffee, and next character. Throw that in there. Swap gear sets to drop my HP. Dismantle these, make sure I'm not dismantling anything. Alright, in my defense, I have no defense, I'm sorry. I think the main thing is that I kind of get... Oh, shoot, that's where my Zhongfei is. Oops, and I could have been using her. I was gonna say in my defense, I was busy all month doing other things, but not really. I was just being sleepy and not... I guess it's Impact actually is that's taking up the time that I would have been running like a Gaia or two. Listen, if I had done like 1 or 2 Gaias every day for the entire month, that probably would have been enough to not have to do any grind whatsoever. I just didn't. So that is on me. Anyway, I have to feed an Eidolon, right? So we're going down to... You know what, you can go back in the warehouse because I forget where you are. Ta-da! 1 step closer. I might have enough Eidolon fragments to get my hands on another top wish. Coffee. We'll stick that one there, actually. Alright, next up is my Whipmaster. Oh yeah, that was a fun show. Oh, nobody bought my Bond trophy. But I'm just gonna leave it in my mail so I don't accidentally dismantle it at the end of the stream, or at the end of this character. Alright, Whipmaster. Now this guy's actually not got very much equipment on either, as you can see. But his weapon is plus 30 level 20 S25. So it's not going to be a problem. Little black-haired one. I might need to rewatch that show now that I... Oh, shoot, I don't even have a bard weapon. We're going in with no healing here. And no lifesteal, so, I guess this is where I show what I'm actually made of. Oh. Discord, Discord, Discord. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, now I remember what you're talking about. I'm still gonna say no swearing in the chat. No oaths either. We have no oaths allowed in this chat. Oh, but we were talking about oath rings earlier. It's a fine line we have to walk. I keep trying to use ballad. I don't know if you guys can read the misc chat, but every time I hit the button I get that weapon error. Now this is actually the character that I was running the Abyss on when I was trying to farm for the S35 weapon for my wizard, so I had armor on him at that point. So this is probably the class I have maxed out that's the best. No, Campbell, I'm not playing a horror game. I can't believe you guys voted for the horror game. At least I got my Awakening Holy Chest maxed out, so who was it that left a comment saying every time my heart rate spikes I have to chance Awakening Holy Chest? But you were supposed to know not to pick it! Well, I'm just glad to be done with Awakening Holy Chest now, so I can focus on the next stat gaming method, the card breakthrough. I still have to figure out a way to do the heart rate monitor as well, because I do have a couple devices that include the ability to monitor heart rate, but it's Apple devices, so they're not really compatible with anything other than Apple's proprietary software. So what, card breakthrough is never going to be finished? Get there eventually. Not finishing it, but I do want to focus on speed, because I've one of the things that was most annoying about running the Abyss. I know they always add more cards, but one of the things that was most annoying about running the Infernal Abyss 2 was that my speed is not high enough to remain capped under those debuffs. So I think with food, I was pretty close to cap. So I'm just actually aiming for some speed cards. Way in the past, somebody told me I should focus on the HP cards. So I've actually got a silly amount of HP cards broken through. Right? You can see my stats here. Like, that was not a good idea. Oh, top right, that's Anti-Micro. That's controlling the controller that I'm using to play the game right now, because I'm not using my keyboard. My hands are a little bit... I got a little bit of stress in my hands. Well, I didn't know about the 0 damage dungeons at the time. It's not cheat engine. It is a it's controlling my controller. Campbell accusing me of cheating. I would never. Hold on, let me get a little bigger. You can actually see what's going on. There you go. It's the full screen now. Happy? Every button on my controller is just corresponding to a button on the keyboard, and this is the program that is basically doing the conversion. Wow. I've literally got tier in my skill bar right now, and you're calling me a cheater. Honestly though, playing with a controller just takes the strain off of my mouse hand, which has been suffering a little bit with how much I've been working lately. So it's just more comfortable playing on a controller. And I think I've said this a couple times, so sorry to anybody that's been around for a while, but I just use a really lightweight PlayStation 3 wired controller. Yeah, it's probably the beginning of carpal tunnel, if not just undiagnosed carpal tunnel. And thank you for the confidence there, Uplinko. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's probably carpal tunnel. But as long as I don't see a doctor about it, I've got plausible deniability. Oh shoot, I'm at cap. Dragon points. Oof. Special reward. Trigger finger. Ooh, that would not be nice for playing even on a controller, I would think. Nah, I don't need level 90 weapon cards. Actually, I think this is my character that's got all my cards. Oh no, I got rid of all my weapon ones. I'm fine, I don't need weapon cards. Besides, I'm not going to be able to farm enough just on my characters here, so I'm going to be farming some GDP on the end level dungeons after this. Actually, how close are we now? I wish I had some way of like having that just like constantly up, but it's going to vanish every time I change map. 209,000. We're 2/3 of the way there, but I've only got 3 characters left. So, after that, we're just gonna be farming. Farming in dungeons. Much slower. But because I do a good amount of bond dungeons, I don't really need to go all the way to the 500k mark. I just need to get the ruby coins at 300k. Actually, how are my dragon coins right now anyway? Yeah, I got 400 of them. I'm fine. I don't need them. Actually, now that I think about it, the Kerberos dungeons, the Abyss 2s, they dropped regular dragon points, didn't they? It's kind of a weird choice. Alright. That'll auto-use the LP. Then we'll feed our Eidolons and break down all of the equipment that we got. Oh. There we go, Dorothy. Yeah, probably. Because it's the same map. Nothing exciting being accidentally dismantled there. Well, his inventory's a mess regardless of what I do, so just finish using up all the LP and then we're done. I could just add another cup of coffee while we're doing this, and then we're ready to go on to the next character. We're kind of running out of table space, but I'm sure we'll make it. Looking good. Hello, Bear Paws. I'm kind of halfway between ice and flame. So originally I was playing ice. So a lot of my wizard's build is set up, especially the look around ice. But I'm transitioning over to fire because I just got her the S35 Kerberos weapon from the new dungeon that dropped not last patch, but the patch before. It's my understanding that the Flame Wizard is still the objectively better choice at this point. But because I'm kind of half and half between them, I'm going to say that she's both right now. And then I just use Abe no Seimei, who's got the buff for both ice and flame skills. 3 to go. And then we're just on to dungeons. Holy, 2 llama and 1 Chi-Chi? Wait, does that the Chi-Chi at the end resetting your pity? You know what, Bearpaws, good for you. And it's my understanding that if you're talking about the Impact server, that there's a I'm not 100% on what the balance is between them, but good for you. Congratulations, and stick with what gives you the cool aesthetic. As you can see, I kept my wizard as looking icy because I think it looks sick. And also I've got a special weapon costume there. But Zeras, congratulations, and wish me the same luck, because the reason why I have to finish before 6 PM server time is because that's when the Flynn's banner starts, and I am going over there, and I'm getting Flynn's today. I don't do polls on livestream though, so I'm ending the livestream before that. Yeah, that's awesome. Flynn's. His name is Flynn's. What do you mean sad? Actually, I've got guarantee on Flynn's. I was really trying to get Inefa, but she didn't want to come home. So I got up to 60 pity with guarantee, and she never came home. So I've been saving since then, meaning I've got about 130 pulls for Flynn's. And I've got guarantee, and I should get him within 20 pulls. I just really would love to get more than one in a 10 pull, right? It would be nice. And then I'm off to get his weapon. Because how could I possibly get such a cool dude and then not get his matching weapon? It was really hard not pulling Inefa though, because she's I've used her on another account because I played 2 Genshin accounts. On my secondary account I got her, and it's like, she's super fun to use. I'd love to have C1 run. Yeah, so send me your luck, because I gave all my luck away to other people and I don't think they're giving it back in time. I don't even know what a C1 is, I just want it. A sucker for a cool face. Technically R0 isn't really possible, Plinko, unless you're wishing that I don't even get his weapon at all, in which case, hold on, where is it? You triggered the slow blink emote. I'm not 100% whether 131 is enough to hit pity twice on the weapon banner for me. But I hope it is, because I really don't need... I really don't need another Aqua Simulacra. Ooh, Chaska. Yeah, Chaska's really strong. The only, like, non-standard character that I have decent constellations on is... oh, I want to say Nahida. Yeah, I got really lucky with Nahida and Kazuha. So those are the only ones I've got more than a C1. think they're both C2R1. But on my alternate account, I've got, what's it? Navia C2. And Navia C2, like, Rex. Look, I like my cool dudes, so I'm holding out for, Flynn's. That's why it kind of sucks that today happens to be the last chance for me to farm my ruby coins and the release date. Man, that's some AoE. Oh shoot, and I'm capped on dragon points here too. You can tell I've done this a couple times over the last couple days. I missed Ayaka. On my alternate account, I got Ayaka on the infinite or the long banner. Oh, hello, Ming. It's over here. One of my Alta characters is gonna get a real boost of experience in a couple days when I clean up my inventory and gather up all those experience books. Was this just an Arzurian 5? Yeah, it is. I don't have any more Arzurian 10s either. What are we doing? We've done 225,000 dragon points, so 75,000 left to go. But I've only got 2 more characters. Yeah, that's why I said my alt characters. I've got a whole bunch of characters left over. Unconfess? Do you mean like you, became someone's guardian knight and you don't want to be anymore? Or do you mean in real life you told somebody something and you would like to take it back? Sorry, that was dumb. Have you considered hypnosis? I'm sorry, that was a joke. Please don't attempt to hypnotize people. Sorry for your loss, I should say. Text back April Fools? That's a terrible joke. I'm sorry, please don't do that. I'm just... Yeah, sorry man, I'm sorry. Not much you can do in that circumstance. Well, actually, you know, it might be worth trying the Aura Kingdom thing. So you go to your friends list where you confess to them, and you just right-click, or sorry, left-click on them, and you have the option to break up in the corner. That's have you considered looking for the friends list in real life? Sorry. Sorry, man. Not much I can do about that one. But, rip off the band-aid and move along, I guess? Alright, that's the LP. Got some food for Dorothy. I need names for my Eidolons, so I'm just gonna throw this out there because there's a couple people around. I like naming my Eidolons after times of day, but I'm out of names because I have a lot of them. So if you can come up with any good times of day for me to name my Eidolons after, as you can see, I've got a pretty good amount of Eidolons named after times of day and a couple that are just their default names. Throw them in the chat, and if I like them, I'll throw them on my Eidolons. But, yeah, it's probably best to move on there, Ming. Two more to go. We add another coffee. And we continue. Oh, I guess Midi doesn't have a buff on, but I wonder if she'd be able to beat it, because I've only got her in a pretty crappy set of armor and gear. We'll give it a shot. It's probably still faster than just grinding dungeons. Oh, it's getting worse. The world is collapsing even more. Alright, so this character's got no armor on, but she should be fine because she's got an S35 plus 30 bow. She'll be fine. Alright, well, take care and rest well. Alright, so one thing about the bow rework is that you've got, your precise shot, if you're not charging it, has no cooldown. So if I'm just able to knock out everybody with just the precise shot, I literally don't even have to think, it's just precise shot. Although for these ones, probably would have been better to use my black spike. You know, I was thinking I should read log before I start actually running dungeons normally, but maybe I shouldn't. Just see how much worse it gets. It's just a bug with the way that the game is working right now, is that if you change maps, like if you enter in and out of dungeons a whole bunch. Oh, the top right corner, that is the program that's running my controller. So, I've mentioned it a couple times, but I'm using a controller to play instead of a keyboard. And that's just because I've got a lot of wrist strain from using my computer too much. So that rebinds the buttons on my controller to keyboard buttons, because this game does not support controllers natively. Yeah, no, it's just converts the controller input into keyboard input. It's not hacks like who was it? Campbell was accusing me of hacking or cheating? It's not. Although, to be fair, this program is called Anti-Micro, and I know that some anti-cheat software do see it as a cheat. But it's not like I'm using macros or anything. It's literally just one-to-one input to keyboard controls. I threw it up there because I think it looks cool to watch. And that way people ask about it and I can tell them about it so they can learn how to use a controller too. Yay! Hey! I am the most straight-laced, honest person you will ever meet. You know they call me the fun police, right? Or at least people that want to be rapscallions have a tendency to call me the fun police. Comes with being a moderator sometimes. What was it hitting underground there? Huh. Oh dear. I don't know if I want to ask about that. I'm actually kind of surprised I'm not one-shotting them. Well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily skill so much as it took me quite a while to test out the different settings to get it to work. I can kind of walk you through how the controller is set up here, but basically it's a PlayStation controller. And the way it works is that I've got the face, or I suppose I'll start with the mouse. The mouse is controlled with the D-pad because because you still need to use the mouse for some things. There's some things that you just need the mouse control for. So the D-pad does the mouse, and then I've got left and right click on select and start. That way I can kind of manipulate any menu, no matter how janky. For this I do have to go back to my mouse to scroll down because it's really hard to get the cursor to land on the scroll bar or on the arrow to actually drag it and go to the other dungeon options here. Anyway, so that's the mouse. Select start to move to click things. Then the face buttons, like X, square, triangle, and circle, those are just bound to the first 4 numbers on my skill bar. So that controls these 4. I am not cheating, Alexander Campbell. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4 controls these 4 skills. Then I've got R1 is the control button. You can see there it says it's control. My control skills on this character aren't set up properly because I don't really use them very much. Or at least I haven't played this character with a controller in a while, so I got them messed up. But that controls these 4 skills here. So if I wanted to put something else here, I could be like... There we go, and then if I go C circle, I'll use that skill. Then R2 is just, usually I put one of my most powerful skills on that button because it's just a good place to have a really powerful skill. You could alternatively like put it as Alt. That way you could get 4 more skills on the Alt bar, but I don't do that. L3 and R3 I've just got bound to Q and tilde, so that when I play on a computer it's like the Genshin Burst button, or tilde, which is right next to the 1, so it's another easily accessible key. And usually I put Ballad there if I've got Bard subclass, but obviously this one doesn't have Bard subclass, so I just put the other healing skill that I've got on there. And then tab target is L2 actually. L2 is tab target, and L1 is jump, because in this game, if you time your jumps right, you can get extra hits in when the animation for the skill should still be playing. It's called jump casting, and you love it or you hate it. I know a lot of people that say, stop jumping when I'm playing, but no. And then lastly, obviously motion with the left stick. I've got it set up so that the left and right are strafe, so that this keeps the camera steady while I'm moving around. And I've controlled the camera by using the turn button. It's not actually moving it's just turning the character and then keeping the camera behind the character. But there is no option for that for up and down. So up and down moves the mouse and clicks. It's janky and it can be a little bit hard to get used to. And if you're not paying attention, we'll do it with this one, I think. You can accidentally remove things from your skill bar if the mouse is over top of them when you start tilting the camera. So it's not ideal just for like it's not perfect, but it's perfectly functional. And once you get used to where the skills are, I think it's actually a lot more comfortable than playing with a mouse. It's just a lot harder. It's just a lot harder to play melee classes because your only target is tab, and tab leads you astray. It's not cheating! It is rebinding! Yeah, animation cancelling is the word that I would use for it. So, like if I jump, you'll see that it interrupts the animation of my skill. I think it's a lot more obvious if I do it with like this one. It just stops my animation and my character starts attacking while it would normally still be stuck in the animation. Some people call it a bug, some people call it a high-level skill, and other people think I should stop jumping. Literally, I get people all the time being like, stop jumping. Yeah, jump cancel. I've heard other games refer to it as animation canceling, so yeah. Yeah, after 10 years, I don't think it's a bug. It's a feature. I think as you get higher level, and the difference in damage between skills and auto attacks gets larger, the amount of damage difference it is more negligible. But especially in early game, jump canceling does a pretty good job of increasing your damage without changing anything about your skills. Like without improving your Oh yeah, we got a jumping fan. You know, it's funny. After 6 months if they leave it, that's on them. So the solo Vault of Eternity is now a feature. I don't think using... Alright, if using my controller in lieu of a keyboard is cheating, then wouldn't my keyboard also be cheating? Because I'm not using a standard keyboard either. I'm using a weird keyboard. Although, I bet you in like high-level competitions for like real games, there are limitations on what kind of hardware you can use. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, that's on Philosophia anyway. I guess Guan Yu gets it. And then dismantle. Nothing exciting. Hello, Mikatsu. Oh, sorry, Bear Paws. Switching to Ice Wizard did that for you? Clean that up. Alright, that should be it for the cleanup here. Alright, and we're on to Wizard, which is the last of my characters for, last of my characters for the Gaia, which means after this we're actually going to be doing something different after 3 hours. I am not cheating! Anyway, the keyboard I'm using is an ortholinear split keyboard that tenths. I'm not deleting the VOD, it'll be up. You can report it. No, please. I don't. It's not illegal. But yeah, I'm using an ortholinear split tenting keyboard. So it's 2 keyboards tilted upward in the middle, where the keys are in columns instead of being staggered. Anyway, this is my wizard, who I am currently working on leveling up, so she's got the real gear. But I'm actually just using whatever Eidolon right now because she is gorgeous. It's what's her name again? Dachao? Yeah, Dachao. Isn't she beautiful? Oh, hold on a second. Let's give her a real showcase here. Very elegant, beautiful lady, and she has flame damage on her stars. So normally my main Eidolon for my wizard is the Abe no Seimei, whose mask I'm wearing on my model in the corner here. But I'm using her right now just because she's pretty. And that's the kind of logical decisions that come when you're goofing around and don't really have to worry about stats. That being said, I actually cannot beat anything past level 7 in the Vault of Eternity, so if you're taking build advice from me, follow your heart. Probably isn't going to get you past floor 7 in Vault of Eternity. This is the original Aura Kingdom because I'm level 136 and that's not out in Impact. And the official server, obviously, because I only play on the official servers. Oh wow, is that... Kind of looks like Navia's on fire or something. I mean, I think the people that play Impact are, like, there's more people playing Impact, but it's also people are leaving faster. So the people that played... Yeah, there's two. So Impact, it's, we were talking about it earlier. Impact is official, so I am also playing that, but it's, the issue with Impact is that it feels harder to get through as a free-to-play. So in this version of the game, when you get your free Ruby coins to play on the gambling table, you at least have a chance of making a profit from that, because you can then sell the items that you get that are worth something to other players, right? They've made it so that the gambling tokens that a free-to-play player can get in Impact lock the items to your account, like the same way that the LP store locks the items to your account, which means that basically you cannot make any profit off of anything other than just dungeons. And you can only run 2 of every dungeon each day, or 1 of the Dragon Kings, or whatever they call them there, the legendary battles or something. I don't remember the exact word they use for it. So you're extremely restricted in your ability to farm, because there is a finite limit to what you can do every day. So for a couple weeks, I was really intently preparing for getting the Warbow class, because they said the Warbow class was going to come out, and then they changed their mind. So they changed their mind, and I'm like, well, I can't keep just saving up, because I can't keep up with the endgame stuff in my current gear. So I ended up going all in on the Lance class, but my issue there is that even after a couple weeks of doing my absolute best to not waste any resources, farm as much as I possibly can, I barely squeaked by getting a Dark Eidolon to use with Lance, because somebody actually sent me some resources for that. Like, it was Lunar, a player in the game, was very kind and sent me some free resources that would have taken me probably another week or 2 to farm up myself. And even with that, I'm not done my set of gear. Like, it's very hard for free-to-play players to keep up and actually, like, if you're running in dungeons, it's fine. But you know, I thought about turning it down because I feel the same way about that, Campbell, that I feel bad about accepting stuff from other players, because I'm in a position where I have a lot more benefits than your average player, which makes it hard for me to give the proper experience, like, show the proper experience for how a free-to-play player should expect it. But I guess I'm just kind of tired of the grind there. A little bit. I finally got my S80 Lance weapon to plus 30 the other day, but ugh, I have 0 gold. I have 0 gold over there because it costs gold to fortify, and I still need to do all my accessories, which aren't even plus 20. Hello, Septimo Signo. Honestly, you might be staring at the best class. I think it's one of the easier ones to play and also extremely high-powered. Wizard, love it. Super fast attack speed. Easy to use buffs, very understandable kit, there's nothing complicated going on there, but there are classes that are pretty strong. Thanks, Campbell. The most powerful class, I think right now, is still Starcaller, which is it can only be played as the little girl body type, unfortunately. But Wizard is my favorite. My favorite of the super high-end classes, anyway, the ones that people argue about in the meta. And what makes Wizard real comfy is that it's also got a cleanse skill. Sorry, I actually got distracted when I was talking about that earlier. So, I had mentioned before that my headphones broke, so I ended up getting the new AirPods that do have a heart rate monitor in them, but they're kind of in a proprietary format where you can't get that data outside of the Apple ecosystem. So if you give me some time to see whether or not anybody develops some kind of app or system where I could pull that up and then be able to transmit that to my PC in real time. I've already got a heart rate monitor, but otherwise I would have to find some new software and hardware to be able to make that happen. 'Tis the month of spookies though, so I will put a little bit of effort into that. Just, You say that, but unfortunately, as a VTuber, I'm kind of locked into using an Apple phone for the tracking. Not that my model is good enough that I really need the fancy tracking, but someday. Actually, I had a bit of an issue with the headphones too. Is that the active noise cancelling is so sensitive, and I guess my ears are a weird shape. My first pair was actually like broken, so I had to return them and get another pair. But the new pair, it seems like I messed a bit with the shape of the ear tips so that they seal better, and now it seems like I've got them working perfectly, and it's like the ANC is just so far beyond anything else I have ever heard before. It's amazing. Oh, hello, Timeless. Anyway, call me a sheeple if you like, but I like the hardware. Yeah, the new AirPods. So, a couple weeks ago I was complaining about this. So, I can afford it. So this isn't talking about having money troubles. I am fine. But in the same week, my headphones broke. I had Sony XM5s. Those broke. Our air conditioning broke. And our hot water broke. All in the same week. So I didn't replace the XM5s because I basically can only use those with my PC anyway. So I thought, alright, I'll replace the headphones that I use out and about. But then also we had to get the air conditioning repaired and the hot water repaired. So it's been an expensive month for me, let's just put it that way. September hurt. Oh yeah. We are done Gaia Temples, which means how much do we have left? Oh, only like 35,000. No, so the XM5s snapped on the headband, which I think it was just there was a fracture in the plastic, and if I super glue it back together, they might still be usable. The air conditioning had a slow leak, and we just... Sorry. I love this bug. That's butterflies, by the way. Anyway, the air conditioning had a slow leak. Ditto for the hot water tank. The hot water tank had a slow leak, so just we had to get it all fixed all at the same time. I'm fine though. I can afford it. I save my money responsibly. It's all covered. Anyway, we're just gonna grab the quests because I may as well. It's only a level 5 Azurian anyway. It's not like I'm losing golden time or something. But then we're gonna run dungeons. This happens if you load the same map a bunch of times. It just happens. You're gonna see it if you just continually go back and forth between dungeons and the things. Now, what I'm actually disappointed in is that this map doesn't seem to be broken. Oh, you're gonna give me flack for this. I bought the Pro last year, the iPhone Pro last year. And I'm not upgrading again for another 4 years. So what, I went from a 12 to a 16, and then I'm gonna keep that for 4 years and move up from there. Actually good. Yeah, well... I'm not buying another phone this year. I bought my, I buy my phone right out. I don't go for a, I don't do the, like where you pay a little every month for the phone, because in the long term that ends up costing more, and I like to save up ahead of time and do a lump sum, right? Oh, I should have asked if anybody wanted to run with me, but it's fine. Picked up this cutie recently, although she's more of an ice pet. May as well use some experience buffs, why not? I've got the Guardian on, so we're not going to use an elite one or anything. Pop those buffs. iPhone AI 29 will be your next phone. Ah, great. Yeah, no, you know, maybe I just wish that I never have to buy a new phone ever again. Maybe that's just what I want. I'll make this phone last forever. What else do I need? Oh, I should have stopped by the bank to get another, I'm just gonna keep running dungeons until I'm done. I've got, what is that, 35k left to go? That's about 35 dungeons or so? I should just get started though. I shouldn't sit here eating my Aura Kingdom LP there. Just stick it up there and it'll move, it'll get used up as we go. Oh, I should have grabbed a charm! I should have grabbed a charm. I'm gonna grab a charm. Yeah, no kidding. I could never use like one of the Pro Max ones because like my hand already doesn't reach across the screen properly for the phones that we have. Where am I looking? I'm looking for my warehouse card because I was dumb and didn't go to my warehouse before. Alright, we're gonna nab. Do I have a 1-day charm? That's 7 days, 3 days. Okay, we're gonna grab those. 1 day, perfect. Non-tradable too, so no time like the present. I should have used it before I ran Gaia. Oh well. Charm! Pet. What else do we need? I'll throw another Azurian on now. Alright, let's run. So probably about 35, maybe a little less dungeons? Oh, but Plinko, you're closer than me. And you still have Gaia. You're gonna run 2 Gaias and be done. Well, what AI ends up doing is probably gonna be... I don't know. I'm concerned about AI in general, so we'll probably not in the right headspace after running that many Gaia temples to properly express my opinions about it here. But I think my main concern with AI has to do with the way that people treat it as like an authority, when the best way I've heard to describe it is stochastic parrot. And probably should switch to a proper Eidolon here. There we go. So, shoot, I think Timeless was the one that mentioned my cute little mask. It's actually based off of the Abe no Seimei Eidolon. So hold on, once I kill these guys, I'll zoom in. No, no, more mobs. Okay, maybe it's just my brain is fried, but I'm not sure what you mean by cast what, Campbell. I was probably saying something and got distracted. I keep forgetting to use the release skill for my elements. Yeah, gradually going through and just like every time you see something that's an AI video on YouTube and telling it, no thanks. Gosh, what was I saying? I think my brain is fried. I've only had 2 cups of coffee, I should say. Despite what my desk looks like. And after running Gaia that many times, I'm definitely not at my best. To cast what? Stochastic parrot. Stochastic parrot. So parrot, in that it's just repeating things it's heard without understanding what it is, and stochastic is a type of randomness. Probably want to use that release here. I'm a little slow on the bosses, but perfectly comfortable fighting here. Actually, I've got some more buffs that I could be using too. Alright, hold on a second. trinkets in here. Yes, I got my boss damage emblem. Pretty concerned. Because, in the same way that our generation has there has been research done, and unfortunately I can't actually cite papers because I don't have that handy. Our memory is worse than the people before us, and I've experienced that personally in that the easier it is to Google something, to search it up online and get the answer, the less it's necessary to remember things. Yeah. Right, like you don't, if it's easy to Google something to get the answer, you don't need to include that in your memory. And I've actually heard it described as being like a cyborg, in that we end up treating Google as an extension of ourselves, and the way we act is as we act in a way appropriate for having access to it. We consider it to be something that is just there and accessible, just like an extension of our memory or our body, our mind. So, big concern here is that if it gets to the point where an AI is handling communication, then our communication skills are going to go down. I'm gonna say I'm not personally worried about my abilities because I'm already bad enough at writing as it stands, but at least I write for myself, right? Return to monkey. I have a nephew. He's turning 3 this year, and I get his parents are wonderful. They're an amazing pair. My brother and his wife, they're great people, and they're doing their absolute best to raise him well. But he's only 3 years old, so he's still at the level where he's not like full sentences, right? So for now, he's not using computers and whatnot. But what kind of computer space is he gonna be introduced to? Like full of things that aren't human, and he'll have had no way to tell. Like we've actually built up like a history and experience of what real people on the internet are, and even now bots are starting to get hard for us to identify, and AI art is getting hard to identify. But he's gonna grow up in a world where he never got to see it before that existed, so he's not gonna have any kind of like, oh, hey, look at that, it's back. He's not gonna have any way of being able to tell whether or not something is real or not just on vibes the same way that people of our generation will, because we saw it before. I'm very worried about that. So... And I mean, his parents aren't completely not tech savvy, but... Campbell, I had a Walkman. And my first MP3 player was like a Rio or something. Or was that my second? Actually, I had an MP3 player that was basically a USB stick that plugged into a thing with a battery and a headphone jack. It was super cool. I love that thing. Might have an easier time if they grow up with the slope, I don't know. Again, I don't know if I'm in the right headspace to really properly discuss AI, because I'm sure that I'm doing a very poor job of expressing myself after frying my brain on that many runs of Gaia. But yeah, I'm just really worried about if someone grows up with a machine that does the talking for them in the same way that we grew up with machines that did the thinking for us, the remembering things for us, Google. It's gonna be interesting times. And as they say, may you live in interesting times is a curse. Among everything else that's going on right now, it might not be the most concerning of issues, but really don't want to get too political here, especially while I'm in such a poor mind state of not enough coffee. Actually, where's my tea? Actually, now that you're mentioning it about animals, I remember reading somewhere, and I don't know if this has been fixed, but it was definitely broken when I looked it up, that if you googled baby peacocks, you got fake animals. Like, you got pictures of, like, small, colorful animals that an AI created that are not what real baby peacocks look like. Very interesting stuff. Scary, but interesting. Still there, huh? Cool. So you go online as a kid, and you're like, I want to know what a baby peacock looks like, and you Google it, and the thing that comes up isn't real. And you have no way of telling. Yep. That's a worry. That's just how it's gonna be from now on, I guess. But you know. What else is going on? Real ones there too, but so are the big ones, yeah. So you wouldn't be able to tell, or if you don't have a frame of reference for how to tell what AI art is, you wouldn't be able to tell whether or not it's real or not. And I guess I put it in the personal concern of my nephew, who, like I said, is turning 3 relatively soon. But that's the case for basically every single child being born into the world right now. Provided they're not worried about other things. More important things. That's out of there. But in the lighter topics, how close am I? 776,000. Older people. I didn't delete any messages, so it might have been caught by an auto moderation. Not sure why. You know, I've played a couple Atelier games, but Yumiya is not one of them. Oh, is this where I get to do, Huh. Now, there is a couple words that I do have automatically blocked, but capitalism is not one of them, so something something capitalism should not get blocked. But, do I have, like, a list of things that got blocked? No, it doesn't tell me. It just takes me to my dashboard for my settings, and it's only on basic, so, unless YouTube is going off on capitalism right now, Yeah, no, that's... I don't know why the auto-moderator would capture that. But I can't see the held comments on my side. Sorry about that. Weird. Yeah, see, if Blinko can say that, I'm not sure what triggered it. Screwing capitalism? Oh, you know, I could see how it might not, like, screw blank as a, Then again, it is basic moderation. Yeah, I don't know why that would, if that was your comment, I don't know why it would have been auto-moderated before. I swear I didn't touch it. My hands are on the controller, right? You can tell that I never moved over to do anything. And I don't have any moderators! It's one thing I've never had to worry about, is because my chat is so quiet, it's never been a concern. Probably. There's a lot of Atelier games, Zaris, but they're usually kind of in sets. So, frankly, I don't know if Yumiya was part of a set. Sorry about that, Campbell. I really don't know why it would have blocked you. Yeah, because even if I remove a message, it puts a note saying that it was removed, not that just deletes it fully, right? Let's see, hold on. Message, no one should see. Oh, shoot, got distracted. Forgot that I'm not strong enough to just tank these guys. And then if I come here and remove it, yeah, it just says message. Oh, it did delete it. On my side, I see message retracted. I'm sorry. Now I don't have any evidence to prove that I didn't do anything. Is it the newest one? Oh, the newest one that's already out, maybe, because I was starting to get advertisements for another one that had a much longer name than that. Yumiya. Is that the one that's set in the Ireland region? No, no way. Hold on. Oh, shoot, this boss is dead. If I auto-run to the next boss, do you think it'll kill me? Yumiya. No, it's not. I know there was one that was set like in the future in the Ireland region, but that must not be it. The thing about the Atelier games is that they're kind of hit and miss for me. Like, I really, really enjoyed the alchemy in specifically Eska and Logi. And then since then, it just, none of the games have hit quite right for me, so I just stopped getting them. The skin ability? Hold on a second here. This character, even though she's currently in my best gear, she's not actually built up properly. She's kind of a bit of a mess here. Like you can see I'm using a mastery on a skill that I'm not even using. So I wouldn't use this as a build recommendation. Obviously you want Zeal and extreme speed and break defense if you're soloing things. I'm using Deep Blue for the damage boost. And then for these, I don't use the skill, but I actually don't use either of the skills that are an option for it. So frankly, it's a bit of a waste for me. And I ended up picking this one because of the defense reduction. But if you're in a dungeon where you don't have capped crit rate, you might prefer to use the Molten Meteor. Actually, the damage plus 5% might be better than the defense reduction. I don't think I'm hitting cap defense reduction to make it worth in these dungeons anyway, but in lower level content where you don't have to worry about like ridiculously high defense caps. I'm not gonna say that fan service is categorically bad. It's just that at some point it just seems too gratuitous. And it takes away from my ability to look past it, because a lot of the time I'm just looking past it. And hello, Lousy. Like, I don't know if you noticed the fact that my character's got a an undershirt going right up to the collar, but right, maybe I should put it this way. The kind of fan service that... Oh, wow, maybe I shouldn't say this. The kind of fan service I prefer is not short clothes. I don't like just spaghetti straps and shorts and call it a day because there's a lot of skin being visible. That's not what I find to be a cool design. So, it's a preference thing, I suppose, but Ryza was definitely, Tyr is completely fully covered. What are you talking about? I know, Lassie, you came in at the weirdest time where we're talking about fan service. I'm sorry. No, not tier. Please do not. Please do not. Wait. Let's not talk about that, right? How about no, Lousy? Alright, this is solo mode. I don't even need to worry about the mobs here. I mean, I should because of experience, but I'm not gonna. Please, Lousy. Don't make me suffer. No! Can we just not? Let's just not. How much longer do I have to be here? 30,000. I think he spelled it wrong. But don't Google it. I said not to Google it, but I was probably too late. Honestly, it's probably not even worth running the party modes because I just want the dragon points, right? Right, that's what I'm going for, Campbell. Like, and I have a particular aesthetic I'm particularly a fan of, but I don't think I incorporated that at all in my descriptions in my writing, because it feels a bit weird and self-serving to just specifically write things for that reason. Maybe I should not follow that line of thought. Regardless, there is a very specific aesthetic that I'm a fan of. And 100%, the characters themselves need to have a kind of like... The design should still suit them. Like, okay, take a look at Ryza. She's got a lot of skin showing when she's doing alchemy. That seems concerning. Like, there's fire involved, and yet you're dressed as if, like, you could get chemicals on your arms. Like, this doesn't feel safe. Like, she should be treating her job like a laboratory scientist. That's what I'm getting at. And if I may add, my favorite Atelier game, Eska and Logi, Eska's got long sleeves. So. Which one could argue would actually also be bad because you could get things on the sleeves or get them stuck in things. It's fine though. We don't need to argue about that either. Open tone thigh high boots. Yeah, that's choice. That's a choice for sure. Actually, if you look at all my characters, just the costumes that I choose inside this game, you're gonna see not a lot of the super fanservice-y ones, except for specifically one that you can't tell is super fanservice-y unless you pay attention. To be fair, I actually didn't even notice that there was basically nothing to the outfit. You've got just a giant butterfly on your chest and that's about it. But I used long hair, so I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the fact that there's like literally nothing on the back. Honestly though, high heels when you're trying to do science. With fire involved too. Like, what if she burns her toes? Ryza gets a 0 in professional safety. Oh, where's my tea? Do I have to go back to noon to show what the costume looks like so that everybody else can have the reference of what we're talking about here? Oh, hello, the Great Jedi. Yes, this is my wizard, who is currently the one that I am trying to farm up to cap level. But right now I'm more worried about dragon points because I realized how slowly it was going when I actually took the time on the mobs. I am so close. I've got 26,000 more to go. The less clothes you have, the higher the defense stat. You know, in this game, that's not true. In this game, all that matters is your armor. So let's go costumes. It's a little bit older, right? This one. Alright. I completely didn't notice that the front is literally just a couple pieces of fabric and a butterfly because I was too distracted. All I see is the back where where it's completely covered. And, I mean, it's a pretty costume. It's got butterflies. Anyway, I think that's it for this one, right? We finished everything? Yes. Dragon points! Yes, yes, dragon points. So that was... I did Gaia on every character that can beat it in my account. Although I'm kind of tempted to see if I can run it on my level S10 bow here, because that was actually quite a lengthy amount of time for not much dragon points. Well, my inventory is going to be a mess either way, so we'll just quickly sell that off and move on. Pop out the pumpkin guy to turn in the quest. Put her back out. Move on. Yeah, my bag looks messy. Yeah. Then you can suffer right along with me. Oh, I've got my Classmaster emblem. I don't really have backpacks right now. As you guys know, the backpack situation. No. Look at all this coffee. You can't take that away from me. But yeah, the backpack situation on this server is not ideal right now. And I had a couple bags. I did have a couple bags that I was saving and thinking about using, but when the price got to like 1,000 G, I just sold them. Because that's kind of insane. I can suffer. You guys can just suffer with me. Now these guys are really annoying with the stuns at this boss, so I don't really want to bring them with me. They really gotta put them on Paragon more, so everybody spam the chat in Discord asking for backpacks, okay? Sorry, specifically the Paragon request chat, not just the regular chat, because then I'd have to hit you with a little timeout. No, I can't tab over and look because these mobs will get me in a couple hits. Sorry. It's not as bad when I was doing a boss rush, but when there's a bunch of mobs around. I guess I'm just immune to it after a decade. Then I can't dodge properly. Like, especially on Wizard, not jump casting means you have to stand still whenever you're using skills. Okay. How much AP? 0. Oh, I guess it's called XP now. 0 XP because I don't spend money. Okay, if I just put the item mall over top of everything. Is the bouncing better? Doesn't make you dizzy? Just stare at that. Oh, armor piercing. Sorry, that's obviously that's what you meant. I'm losing it. It's been a very long stream. 71. All right, you guys can watch my my gear now. I'm a bit suffering of a stream, but whatever. Now, because Wizard has a really high crit damage cap by base, like it's got 100% more than all the other classes, I did use the Black Scales set here rather than the Agni. But now that I'm looking at my stats, I betcha I could still use the Agni here just because I've got enough crit damage bonus against bosses, right? Like, it does kind of look like I'd be able to make use of it. Well, we could probably hit for the boss. Kind of hard to... No, we're doing fine. I mean, obviously it would be faster if I had somebody with me, but... if I tried recruiting, it would just take more time to try and find people, right? I did not check it out, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, Cyrus, thank you!
Zerus became a member.
Okay, I think we just got the treasure chest down and now we'll be able to... I got distracted because you became a member. Thank you so much for joining. Beans as in coffee beans. I should have made that more clear when I set the name, but I'm bad at it. Good luck with your work. Alright, Campbell, that was kind of suffering. If I check out the new Silent Hill game after the stream, am I okay to not cover up the entirety of my screen with menus? Toe beans? You know, it actually pops up a picture of a coffee cup that I drew when someone joins as well, so I was hoping that it would be obvious what kind of beans it was, but now that I'm thinking about it, I should probably make the picture like actual coffee beans. No! The beans. Okay, so some people are aware of this, but basically YouTube gave me a thing where they said, hey, if you open up memberships, even if nobody joins, we'll give you some money. But you have to keep them open for a while. And basically, I ended up getting rushed into activating the memberships, which is why there's not a lot of value for it. You get some cute emotes, but that's about it. It's not my intention to ever really lock any content behind it. I've got one thank you video, and that's about it. And that's probably going to be it for the time being. But yeah, I ended up rushed and I couldn't think of a good name, so... Beans. The beans. You'd think I'd be good at naming things, but I'm not. Which is why I always ask if, or it's been a while actually since I've remembered to ask, but if anybody has any good time of day names. Caffeinated horror screen. Am I allowed to drink decaf? Campbell? Oh, I haven't heard that in forever, Plinko. Oh my, somebody's looking for a carry for S15s. Should I join that so that I can steal level gap dragon points from them? I don't think so. I should probably stick with the ones that are actually going to give me some experience here. I actually haven't had baked beans in forever. Now that I think about it. I don't know, that sounds like a you thing, Campbell, because I kind of don't agree. Oh, it says recruitment is closed, so they must have found somebody to carry them. It's okay. Narcissism and pride. Alright, now we've gotten to the bottom of the smells of farts. My pup, Stella, when she was still here, her farts were bad. Like, open the window bad. But she's a puppy, so you can't do anything about it. Coffee, luck. Are you talking about, oh, what is it? The, Kopi Luwak? Oh, my stomach's rumbling again. That apple didn't last me very long. Does a candle really help with it? Okay, I have had Kopi Luwak before. I know what it is. It was extremely tasty, but it's very expensive, so I wouldn't personally be going out and getting a bunch of it. And also there's the concerns about the ways that the animals are treated. If you're not familiar with Kopi Luwak, it's the also known as civet coffee. You might have heard of it under that name. I had an apple I took a break earlier because yes, Campbell. Look, okay. This morning was a debacle. So I woke up, 5 a.m., the internet's down. And our internet, like the thing that we got from our ISP for the internet, whatchamacallit. It's not the router, but it kind of doubles as the router. It's like the portal or whatever. It has a big thing on the power cable saying, do not unplug. And I'm just like, alright, whatever, fine, I'll unplug it because I need to reset it and there's no other way to reset it. So I did. And it took about an hour to get the internet up and running again because it took several resets. And I had the same issue yesterday morning, so I think something's wrong with my router. Boy, literally not the same kind of apple. But yeah, so first I had the internet down. Then I found out that I can't access my my internet account to see whether or not there's like a setting messed up on my router that's causing it to be down every morning when I wake up. And then after I got that set up, I did a dumb and I updated. No, it says basically because your internet also runs your home phone, like if the same device runs your home phone and your internet, that if you've got a home phone service, dialing 911 will not be available until it finishes rebooting. So do not reboot or you won't be able to call 911. That's what it said. But I rebooted it anyway. Because at the same time, I cannot log into my account for my internet to be able to see if there's something wrong in the settings or to do like a soft reset in the application, because of course everything has an application now. And not only can I not log into it unless I'm connected to the router, which I can't because it's broken, it's not working, but I try and go online and it says, no, you can't log in, contact support. Hey, no. Anyway, so after that, I decide, alright, I gotta figure out what's wrong, so I get into a support chat with my internet service provider, and they say, no, you have to call. So I call, and they're not operating because it's a stat holiday, so whatever, I got my internet back, I'll let it go for today, I'll worry about being able to access my account later. The bills are getting paid automatically anyway, so whatever, no big deal. Then after that, I did the dumb, and I updated my OBS, and so my OBS freaked out because I didn't realize that the issue I had last time is that my OBS is, the new version is not compatible with a Windows setting I use. So, I don't know, I'm just whining now, so let me whine. There's a window setting where your mouse cursor will automatically go to the default option on any new window that pops up. So, I like that setting quite a bit, especially when you're using multiple monitors. It's kind of nice that when a window pops up, the mouse is automatically— Why do you guys keep stunning me? Wait. It's nice that the mouse automatically goes to the default option so that your mouse is in the right place to interact with that window. Love it. Apparently, the newer version of OBS is not compatible with that. So, like, am I the only person that uses that setting? Like, is that not a common setting? Seriously, chat, if anybody else uses that setting, please tell me, because it would be very reassuring to know that it's not I'm not some kind of weird niche fool for using it. But anyway, so last time I had this issue, I had to roll back my PC to get back the old version of OBS. I assume that's what ultimately ended up fixing it. But this time, I found a GitHub page about it. Zoned out, I'm just whining. ASMR whining. It's a setting for mouse where your mouse cursor will automatically snap to the default setting or the default option in a window. For example, when you open up a save file dialog, like where it comes up and says, hey, what do you want to name this file when you're saving it? The cursor will automatically snap to the confirm save, no matter where it was. Now I feel like I should show you guys what I'm talking about. Mouse settings. Mouse settings. Huh? Because when you've got multiple monitors and things open up on random monitors, it makes it faster. Hold on a second here. Don't capture. It might sound annoying, but let's say you've been using it for over a decade. Actually, I've probably been using it since I even knew it was an option at all. Automatically move pointer to the default button in a dialog box. I love that setting, but apparently the current version of OBS just does not play nice with that setting being on, and I only just found out because I found the GitHub page for it. So, you might not like it, but it's a setting that I loved, and now I can't use it anymore. Oh, reset. I should have done solos. I have not been cleansed. I like my settings the way they were, and I hope that they fix it soon. Do not praise the AI overlords. I want my mouse back. No, it's really comfortable. So, like, if you're going through menus and you're always doing the exact same thing, it's extremely fast. Great Jedi, that would be my controller. It's not a cheat engine. The thing in the top right is anti-micro, which is what's controlling my sorry, I shouldn't put it that way. It's basically driving my controller. So I'm using a PlayStation 3 controller to control the game right now, but I have to rebind all of the buttons on it. Oh, I'm stun locked. Yeah. So, and I've explained this every single time, so this is going to be old hat for everybody that's already been here a while. But basically, after I beat this boss, I'll show you how it works specifically. It's an old PlayStation 3 wired controller, so it's extremely light. There's no battery inside or anything, so it's very comfortable to hold. The D-pad controls the mouse. Select and start are the left and right mouse buttons, because there's some things you just need to be able to use a mouse for. The left stick controls movement without tilting the character, so it uses the strafe instead of the turn left and turn right options that are usually on the usually on the arrow keys. And then for the turn left and right, I've got that on the right stick, and that's the turn. So this actually turns the character, and the camera just locks behind your character by default. So we've got that for controlling the camera and moving the character. Jump is L1 because I jump a lot. L2 is tab, because I gotta be able to tab target. Then the face buttons, square, X, triangle, and circle, those are my skills. Oh my gosh, I would get dizzy playing in first person, I'm sorry. I've got to have a good view of the battlefield here, so I don't play in first person. Right, so I've got my basic... Most classes in the game don't really use a huge number of skills, so I've got basically my 4 most used skills for any class on 1, 2, 3, 4, which are then bound to the regular face buttons. Then I've got Q on L3, so that's the click the left stick. And I've got Ballad on R3, so that's click the right stick. Get rid of the boss. And then I've got R2 as, usually I put it as a longer cooldown, really high power skill. But I've just got it on the healing skill on this one because it's a button I don't use as much, so wizard nuke skills don't have a high cooldown, so it doesn't really fit as well there. And then I've got, is that R1? Yeah, R1 is control, so that I can access that second bar of skills there. And then I just kind of move around the skills according to what I need for the situation. Oh yeah, camera up and down is the only one that's a little bit janky. There's no way to really control the camera up and down in-game, so it just moves the mouse and clicks a little bit. Problem being that if you've got like your cursor over top of the skill bar when you do it, you can drag out skills by mistake, so you gotta be careful. Janky! Functional! And as you can see, I can manage. Definitely a bit of a learning curve though. But basically, yeah, I get a lot of tension in my hand from playing too many games and working at a computer as well, so... But, well, I mean, yeah, I could lock the skill bar, but like... No. I move stuff around on the skill bar way too often. It's annoying when I lock it, so I just don't lock it anymore, I just suffer. You could say I make myself hyper aware of the mouse position so that I don't do it anymore. Hey. Listen, if you've never used the snap to default option, you may not understand how comfortable and nice it is if you're used to it. I can understand it would be jarring if you're not, but I've literally been using it for over a decade, so... I don't appreciate the shade. There we go. Oh, do I not have any food on? Why? Because, I was goofing around in the settings and I saw it and I'm like, what's this? And I just never turned it off. Gosh, that must have been in high school when I first turned it on. Do I not have any food at all in here? I don't. It'd be nice if I had some detail damage food. I bet you that would help with those bosses quite a bit. Oh well. I did not delete System 32. I never even fell for the old Alt-4 trick. Or where someone tells, sorry, Alt-F4 trick, where someone tells you to hit Alt-F4 to make something happen and instead it closes your game. I don't need to fall for it because I bound a button on my mouse to Alt-F4, and now I do it accidentally all the time by hitting that button. Listen, me and my computer have a weird relationship. And, we're fine. The way that I control my computer might be weird for most people. It might make it impossible for other people to use properly, where if you accidentally glance over a button that's in a spot where your thumb sits, you might accidentally close the window your mouse is currently hovering over. If it seems weird, I like it a lot. I still keep it, even though I use it to close windows more often than I accidentally close windows I didn't need to close. How about that? Fortunately, Aura Kingdom does not recognize Alt F4, so you can't accidentally kill Aura Kingdom with it. Ooh, my kind of feels like I need a relog. Starting to get a little bit janky on the frame rate. I would say 80-20. If it could accidentally close Aura Kingdom, it'd probably be a higher rate for failure. 80-20. 80% of the time, it works 100% of the time. I should probably actually be playing properly, not just spamming skills while I look at chat. You know, I think being able to multitask is like mandatory when it comes to streamers. So at the very least, using a controller does kind of free up my Does it free up my attention? I was gonna say that because it's just so second nature and I can reach all the keys more comfortably. Yeah, I've got a water bottle here. My hashtag not sponsored water bottle. Alright. Yeah, okay, hold on a second. This is solo mode, so I can probably do this with... Oh, yeah. Okay, the lid of my water bottle is too much to open up with one hand. 1 second. There you go. Drinking water ASMR coming. Not really. Unless... No. Ooh, Yagami for 7,000. Oh, I'm finished her. Man, I probably should have just struggled through Gaia on a couple more weaker characters rather than this. It would have been faster. But at least here I got some other items and experience. I don't even remember what experience I started at, though. I could probably check, but I'm not gonna. Right, now that Campbell's gone, where's my tea? Drinking tea ASMR coming. Not really. I should probably stick with solos. There's so much more efficient in terms of time to dragon points. But the next dungeons will be faster because they've got lower detail damage requirements. I really think that's what my main issue is the detail damage here. It shouldn't be. But there is a lot of reduction, if I remember correctly. Oh, my pen should be fine. 222 without my stuff without being in combat. My pen is... Oh, I do have food on. I've got my triple strike food on. Actually, am I using the right skills to even activate my Kerberos weapon? Right. Yeah, Fire Meteor, Game Blessing, Companion status, all skill damage plus 18%, damage to all targets plus 15%, flame attribute skill damage. Is it Meteor Shot or Fire Meteor? Yeah, I should repair. Order Kingdom translations. But yeah, this is my my main character. Midday's the got the dark bow, and then I've got this is my only other S35 weapon that I'm actually working on because they're the drop rate for them is low, and there's not too many people actually getting good ones and selling them, as far as I can see. They're mostly yeah, I've just been so low on LP lately. I should probably do that. I've even got 4 and 5 star stones handy. It would be worth it for an S35 weapon. Oh, this is the Kerberos weapon. But this is the only class that I'm using a flame element on. So I wasn't going to get any other of the S35 Kerberos for this account. It is Ice Abyss that's coming out soon. I don't know if I've got anybody that's ready to use an S35 ice weapon. I think my highest level... Me? No, I'm Canadian. Oh, is Demeter next? Storm Abyss? In that case, probably... Oh, I need Whipmaster and guns in that case. Great. If I've got a funny accent, it's just because I'm bad at pronouncing things, that's all. Welcome back, Aichi. Wait, we are getting ice next then? What do you mean order? You know, they said the Abyss that's coming next, but I'm just too tired and I can't remember. After we finish, I'm gonna have a proper breakfast and another coffee. I've got 284,000 of 300,000 done, so I am almost done. As for Canada having a rough time, I am fortunate and blessed. Oh, I'll double check the patch notes to see what Abyss is next. Yeah, I'm fortunate and blessed. I've got a good job, I've got a place to stay, and if I lost my job, I'm very responsible with my savings and not spending a silly amount on video games like I'm constantly tempted to do so. I'd be fine. For quite a while. I'll be okay. So I know that there's a lot of people that are struggling right now and the jobs market is quite bad, but I'm okay. But yeah, it's been particularly rough. I was actually talking about it last time, but there was a really common YouTube sponsor that was offering like free sample packs. Like literally free, don't even put in a credit card. But if you were outside of the US, they'd be like, by the way, be prepared in case you have to pay tariffs on it. And I'm like, it's free, why would there be tariffs? I thought tariffs were based on the sales value. And then you hear about people trying to order stuff from like people in the US trying to order goods from Japan, and they're paying like hundreds of dollars in tariffs on things. So it's kind of it feels too risky to order stuff. Yeah, I know. I don't really want to get too political about it, but just generally right now I don't want to take a risk on ordering things from the United States, and that's kind of rough because there's a lot of good stuff down there. imagine getting a free sample pack and then they charge you $50 for the tariff and then the processing fee? And then Canada Post is on strike too, so there's that. It wouldn't even get delivered. So, yeah, Canada's got it going on. Yeah, they're separate. They are different, but it tends to be the tariffs for export and import tend for like individuals, not companies. They tend to just charge them to you as they get to your door, like or they send you a letter a couple months later being like, hey, by the way, you owe money on this. One time I imported a game from Japan actually, and it was a little on the expensive side, but normally it would fall under de minimis. Like that they don't, it's so low value that they don't even bother charging any kind of, oh shoot, that's right, I was supposed to repair my weapon. Normally they don't bother charging anything on stuff like just one game, but one time, and this was a couple years back now, like 2 months later, I got a letter from the delivery company being like, yeah, by the way, here's your tax, here's your whatchama, and then also here's a $10 processing fee because whatever. It kind of sucks, but it is what it is for ordering things from overseas. Don't ask me what a tariff is for. Apparently they're for stopping me from ordering things from the United States. Our grocery stores are getting passive aggressive about it too. They add a little icon next to anything that's had its price affected by tariffs. But do I have something to repair my weapon in my inventory? Yeah, I think if you were like a business, the customs and tariffs would be separate. But for individuals importing things, I'm sure that they just get the delivery company to handle handle both because it's easier than having two companies chasing you. Here, that'll do. Yeah, we're getting kind of chunky here on my frame rate, so I am going to restart the game because that tends to make it function a bit better. But to be fair, I've been doing pretty rapid map changes for 4 hours and I'm just starting to feel it now. That's pretty good compared to what it used to be. Gotta say though, probably not the right person to try to explain tariffs right here, right now. And, yeah, apparently it would apply regardless of, who's sending it to who. Anyway, just take a moment here, restart the game. Oh. That should clear out all the weird stuff too. Alright, get that started again. Although, I'm sure if you're interested in the minutiae of how tariffs work, there's definitely better places to get it than a VTuber who's been playing video games for 4 hours and is slowly losing their mind. I don't think there's much mind left to lose. Good news is that I said I had to be done before 3 p.m. Pacific time, and it does appear that that is going to be a cakewalk. Absolutely no issue whatsoever. I am tempted to just try and run it on MIDI. 3 a.m. moment. Goodness, you're up that early. And here I was starting the stream at an early time, hoping that it would be better for the people who can't normally make it. Gosh, you guys are crazy sleep schedules going on there, eh? Oh, I've only got 8 minutes left on my orb. Oh, shoot! I did not mean to use that. Ugh. Oh, Singapore. I'll go to sleep. I've got 14,000 left to go. Yeah. What happened, Aichi? And also, welcome back. Okay, I'm switching over to doing solos after this. This is, I want to finish. And then after, I'm gonna make eggs and bacon. Or should I do waffles? Waffles and bacon. Waffles and bacon. Okay, so the other day I made some gnocchi from scratch. And as I was eating the first batch, I just thought to myself, gnocchi carbonara. And of course I know you're not supposed to use bacon, but yeah, I made a gnocchi carbonara with bacon. And it was super, super good, but now I've got bacon left over and no more gnocchi. So I could do waffles and, no, not waffle sausage. I could do waffles and bacon. I think I'm gonna do that. And now I want to hurry so I can finish up and get started on that. Gnocchi, the potato and flour based Italian dish. You boil potatoes and then you mix it with flour and egg. And then you boil them. That's the one. Plinko's got it there. Gnocchi. Oh shoot. I got distracted by the gnocchi. Do I have any feathers? No. Run of shame. You know what? Not the run of shame. I refuse. We're just going solo mode. It'll be faster. I just want to finish. Now I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm a pretty good cook. There's a couple of videos on my channel that I made back in the day where I was making recipes inspired by Genshin or trying to recreate the character recipes. But I'm not a bad cook. I'm just really bad at following recipes, so the majority of things that I cook are just kind of vibe cooking, I guess you could say. But once you know the basics of how the dish goes, you don't really need a recipe. Oh, it's my channel. It's just some shorts. I only did 4 of them in the end, I think. Shockingly, even something like waffles is pretty easy to just kind of do with vibes. Like, I know that people say that you need to have like a really specific proper recipe to make sure that you get the right texture and whatnot, but as long as you're not yeah, sorry, I wasn't able to do like proper full videos there because the story behind that is actually that I had to do time lapses for the recording because there was not enough space left on my phone to be able to actually record video for more than a couple minutes. So I used the time lapse, which then didn't give me enough footage to make a proper video. Plus, I'm really bad at, like, actual live footage, so, Anyway, it doesn't matter. What I was gonna say is that even, like, waffles and bread, as long as you have the basic gist of the right ingredients, it's actually really hard to screw up. My main issue when I'm cooking is if I've got a recipe, I'll try to adhere to it really strictly, and then your timing gets off because you spend more time double checking the recipe to make sure you're doing it right. So depending what you're making, you might need to be more or less careful about it, but for something like waffles or pancakes, as long as you get the texture of the batter right and you've got all the right things, like you've got something that's going to make it bubble a bit, and you got enough fat and flour and whatnot. If you sent a waffle recipe the other day and I don't remember it, Plinko, that's going to be because it was a cursed recipe. Actually, if you go... Yeah, French cuisine is probably one of the ones where it matters quite a bit, but even things like just regular bread, you can vibe your way through it. First time cleaning a fish. Oh, I gotta say, that is not something I've done before. I do not know. I do not know how to do that, that's for sure. Caramel and butter. I have no idea what recipe you're talking about, Plinko, but the fact that I don't remember it makes me even more concerned about what kind of chaos you unleashed on my Discord messages that I had to forget it. French mention. Unfortunately, despite half of my family being French, I do not speak any. Not at all. And I know Canadians are supposed to learn French in school and stuff, but nah, I just forgot it all when I started studying Japanese. I guess it doesn't matter that much anyway, because apparently Canadian French is so, yeah, but apparently Canadian French is so bad that it's, like, hard to understand for French people. So even if I could speak any anymore, I'm sure it would be really bad. Yeah, my dad's fluent in French. So, I'm sure he's disappointed that I decided to go with Japanese instead. Alright, we're done here. How much more now? Come on, we gotta be close. A little over 9,000 to go. Sister midday. You're right, that's a bit weird. You can just go with, Granny? I mean, I'm old. I'm just not like that old. Yeah, we're just gonna do solos. I don't know. We're so close. And these guys are annoying in party mode anyway, because of the reflect. You can take out the O because you're not being polite. I think we should be able to finish it with these 3 runs, and I don't really need to worry about killing the mobs because these guys are annoying in the way they hide underground, so we're just gonna go for it. You want me to struggle through Gaia instead? You think that's a better choice? Alright, alright. If anyone other than Plinko says to struggle through Gaia, we're gonna switch back to an unbuilt character in Gaia. Otherwise, I'll finish this 3 runs and then I will go have my waffles and bacon. Campbell! You just want to see me suffer. Alright, fine. That's what I said. I'm hungry. I am super hungry. Alright. You weren't even here. You weren't even here, Great Jedi, when I was doing all my Gaia runs. So, just to be clear, I have run Gaia how many times today? I'm gonna prove my brain is melted by not being able to do my 4 times tables. But anyway, 6 times tables. 6 times for each of these characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have done Gaia 14 times 6 times. So what? That's 60 plus 4 times 6 is 84 times? Is my math okay there? Alright. But I'm starting from the top. She's got a level 95 unfortified bow. Actually, hold on a second. We might have an option here. We might have an option. Oh, wait. No, maybe we don't. Can I use my plus 30 darkness bow, please? Am I allowed to? Yeah. Aichi, this is the character that I, Oh, actually, what was this one for? This is the character that I raised up to Awakening when I was doing the big giveaway when the server came out, I believe it was. Nobody said no, so I'm gonna use my, my good weapon, okay? Yes. Yay. Actually, that's not suffering. The suffering is implicit in the not being allowed to use a good weapon. Okay, but I'm using a keyboard. Anti-micro, get out of there. Now, normally, I wouldn't have worried too much about getting double RC free from the gathering thing monthly. I don't need it anymore, I'll be fine. Because it's only 6,000 to go, so I don't need another Azurian buff. I don't have any in my inventory left anyway. It was for the rework, but I created the character during the, I created the character during the live stream that I did for, the giveaway when the servers merged. But I also made it for the purposes of having a character that didn't have maxed out mastery, so that if there was anything, like, you know how Guard got the discard shield at level 60? I wanted to be able to test out any of those effects that changed once you reached level 60 mastery, and in order to do that, I had to have another bow that was below level 60 mastery. So this, specifically, I've intentionally kept her masteries low because of that. That didn't end up being the case. There was no features like that, so, she's just here now. Yeah, my archive is doing fine here, but it feels like it's going to be a bit of a pain in versus Tanith. Oh, her masteries aren't right either. She doesn't have any good masteries. Next one should be fine for solo mode, but you guys don't want to see fine, you want to see suffering. Yeah, that's what I thought was gonna happen. Hold on. We need a plan. I need more healing skills. Okay, can I out-heal this? No. And she was only at half HP. Alright, so just not gonna be able to use that skill on her. Gotcha. Take 15% more damage. Okay. It's not actually dot reflect, it's just reflect. And it stacks up to 10 times. Well, what do you mean, why did I pick the worst side? You think I'm gonna go and kill Tyr? Oh shoot, I wasn't supposed to do that. Okay, we survived it. But you guys were the ones that wanted to see suffering. Is this not what you came for? Are you not entertained? See? I can do it just fine. I didn't even have to come up with any Eidolon characters. I was fine on my own. I'm good at this game. I'm not tired. I could win. No, no, no. Don't put this on me. You guys wanted to see suffering, so suffering you got. Right, did you? I completely did not see that you offered to carry. All I saw was you standing outside mocking me. Alright, if this run... I'm so close, okay? I've got, 2,500 to go. A little under 2,500. And none of these guys should kill me, but if this specific run doesn't do it, then I guess I have to go holy mode, because that's what the Great Jedi calls for. Uh, 1,700 to go. Oh, we're finishing it in this run. We'll be done. You called for me to run against Sigrun. You guys really have no one to blame but yourselves for the fact that I'm going off the rails here. Oh no. Are we gonna be like 100 short? Yep, we're gonna have to do one more. Ugh, I thought it would be enough. Hey, not on every character and not every day. Listen, I already owned up to the fact that I was being lazy all month. Look, I'm here. I'm fine. I'll do it. You see this face of intense focus? And then I hit the wrong button. There we go, that's the button. I'm locked in. We are finishing this. And frankly, the reason why I even wanted to do this at all is because the Paragon that's gonna come back for a couple hours on Wednesday night before the maintenance was really, really good, and I want to roll it some more. So normally, I wouldn't even bother with running this many times or trying to get to the second RC when I'm this far away. Yeah. Wait, no, you're what? See, when I say I'm playing a game on my other screen when we do an evening run, I'm usually playing Genshin story quests on my alt accounts or Impact. There we go. But since we're in here, now we have to finish it, so you guys can watch me die versus Sigrun. I mean, it's fine, but like, we're doing bond dungeons, and I'm just listening to like, or running story quests on my alt screen while he's literally playing another game entirely? Come on! I played Honkai Star Rail. I played it actually quite a bit, but after I got Aventurine, I basically decided that the game was getting a bit too, power creepy, and I wasn't really enjoying the combat anymore. So I stopped at that point. I said, okay, I got Aventurine, I win, we're done. And now, when I say I adore Aventurine's design, I really, really mean it. So that's why for me it was like, I win, because they're never gonna top that in my books. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna tap, then cancel, heal, then hit her with that. Yes! Yeah, it's hard playing gacha games, especially when you're playing free-to-play. But anyway, with that, I now have the beautiful RC that I need, and you guys are now all free to go. It's done. It only took 4.5 hours. Yeah, if you're not free to play, then it's even more suffering. So I do not blame you there. That must be very challenging trying to decide what's worth playing. But personally, if I start spending money, I'm responsible with money. We're just gonna leave it at that. And it's a good thing I was, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford all those repairs over the last couple weeks. But that's why I'm fine. And for anybody that does spend money, no shade. As long as you're doing okay and you've got it under control, all the power to you. But for me, I'm signing out for today because I want those waffles and bacon now. I'll post a picture of it later if it looks pretty. Waffles, bacon, and coffee incoming! Thanks so much for joining me to make this a little less suffering. It was nice having some company for this because I did about 14 characters. No, less than 14. I think I did 11 characters for Gaia yesterday after I was supposed to be in bed, and it was just suffering. This was at least better. Oh, I'd love to get into talk about the different kinds of gacha games I've played, including ones from before when pity was really even like a thing that people, or that they included in games, which was even more suffering at times. But you know, I really do want those waffles and bacon, so I'm gonna go. Catch you guys next time, whenever that will be. Yeah. Bye!